Black families were intentionally broken apart by
I was talking on mute, my bad. Hey man, peace. Who am I speaking with on the chat? Paula, you hear me? 347, where you at? Where you at? You just called in. Make sure my microphone works. 347, you called in. Okay, he hung up. All right. So maybe he thought I wasn't gonna answer the phone call. No, if I give the number, I'm gonna let you guys talk. We can have a small dialogue. All right. You don't gotta hang up because I actually allowed you on. You thought this wasn't live?
Trivial parts of their.
So sometimes you guys think this ain't live. Okay, this is actually live, as you just found out. All right. So anyway, you want to have a discussion, dialogue about something, it don't got to be an argument. Just call back. No. Listen, bro, we're talking about Europeans. The Northern Europe, Southern Europe, them came over here. They got checked for diseases. They took a literacy test. They got examined like hell before they was invited to this country. Nobody got in this country without screening.
Garvey didn't have permanent residence in the United States.
But it doesn't matter. Look, listen.
He did not come here illegally. He was had no limitation on stay.
Okay, but listen what I'm saying though, because you're talking over me. You're just talking around what I'm saying. I'm saying anybody getting in this country, they went through screening. You cannot bring diseases over here.
Are you saying that Garvey got in here illegally? That Garvey
I'm asking.
illegally?
Look, okay, he's put the question back on me.
Asking a question.
Okay.
No, you asked the question, and I told you that he was
right.
invited.
Okay,
so
ask for the link. Let me just change your name real quick.
Question.
Okay.
No, you asked the question, and I told you that he was
right.
invited.
Okay,
so you're implying.
Okay.
Are you saying that Garvey came here illegally?
Look, no, don't flip it back on me. Because I said you don't know more Garvey than me. I'm gonna prove it. So I was asking you a question. You said, hold on.
The first thing you did is lie. You lie on Garvey that he came here illegally.
No. I asked you the question because I know you don't know Garvey. Okay.
I answered it.
So just say you don't. So do you? So no, you said he got invited, but
he got an invitation.
I can. Okay. Wait. How does W. Du Bois? Whoa. How does W. Du Bois?
It wasn't W. Du Bois.
No. You talking Booker T. Washington? You talking Booker T. Washington? What division do you? Oh, I'm on mute again. Give me 1 second to change your name so your number won't show. All right. So what's your name in the chat?
Shate.
Okay. All right. Yeah. Okay. So you the brother that asked for the link. Let me just change your name real quick so your phone number won't show. There we go. I see it. All right. Give me a second. So. Okay. All right. So now, what was your question in the chat?
Oh, my question was, what's up with all the division, trying to divide us?
Explain what you mean by division. Like, what division do you believe is happening?
So basically, we arguing over reparation that's hypothetical because it's not real. We're not going to get that.
When you say we, are you FBA or ADOS?
We, black people, anyone, no one is going to get anything. Okay.
Why do you believe that? Why are you so pessimistic about what's owed to black people of the world?
Because it would have happened already if that was if it was going to happen, what's going to happen already.
Are you familiar with the civil rights struggle over here in America?
Yes.
Okay, so did civil rights happen already? or do we have to fight for it for 100 years and finally get it?
Yeah, that's not the same thing.
Yes, the same thing. There was something else owed to us. We were not getting it. We fought for 100 years and we finally got it. What's different?
Well, that's not the same. Is there
Okay,
any measurement? Is there
explain how they're
anything going
different.
on currently? I didn't really call for this reason. I'll call for my experience as a Jamaican that grew up in America.
Okay, so you don't want to talk about that. All right, no problem. Okay, so go ahead and explain your situation. Go ahead.
So basically, you know, I came to America when I was 13, right? I came to Brooklyn, New York. I immediately had problems with African American. I had no idea. I don't know anything that's
Explain.
going on.
Explain what happened. So you're 14. Were you like in high school or middle school? What grade?
No, 13.
Okay, so middle school. Okay, so junior high. So what happened? Like, what happened when you came over here?
No,
Get some
so when
examples.
I came over here, basically, you know, I don't know American culture that well at the time when I came here. And so I saw gangs going on, and I thought it was like a normal thing until later got older, and you know, I know it's a lot different. No, I got older, they was telling me that, oh, gangs just started coming into the community while the same time I got there. So I thought it was like a normal thing. So immediately come, I have a problem with these gang members. I don't even did anything to them just because I'm Jamaican.
Yeah, but gang members bother everybody. Like gang members wasn't cool with me. Gang members pretty much have a beef with anybody who's not part of their clique, part of the gang. So that wasn't your experience. That's most people experience with gangs. People don't really have positive experience with gang members.
Yeah, and so that's why I'm telling you my experience as someone older now. I'm telling you, if I took that as in like, yo, no, I have a problem with all Americans because I have a problem with those gang members. The same thing goes towards Jamaicans.
That's not the same. No, that's not okay. No. That's not the same.
No,
because
you guys are saying like these random Jamaicans that say something bad about Americans.
Wait, so
I
you
don't
ever heard of
say anything bad about Americans.
Wait, slow down. So that's not what we're saying. We're hearing from not just Jamaicans, but people of the Caribbean and Africans of the continent. We're hearing from you guys. There's something called diaspora wars that you guys do, and you guys say that your mothers taught you to hate us, and the other half of you guys say you got it from movies. So is there any truth to that? Is there any... Hold on, let me get the question out.
No, there's
hold on, let me get the...
Okay, sorry.
Okay. So basically the Jamaicans and Caribbean folks who said movies and their parents telling them bad stuff about Black Americans, FBA's, ADOS, that's false. So they were lying about that. And everybody on YouTube who are saying their parents and movies brought them their stereotypes against us over here in America, they're all lying.
I'm telling you, I never had any experience like that. My grandma.
I'm not saying you.
Grandma.
I'm not saying you. I'm saying
I never heard that before. I swear to God, I never heard that
because so your parents never gamed you on hating Black. Okay, that's good. So you're not one of those, but you can't speak for them. You can't say they're lying. If they're telling you an experience that happened with them and their parents, you can't say they're lying because it's not just the Caribbeans. You got Nigerians and people from Ghana and Somalia. They're saying the same thing. They're saying their mothers told them bad stuff about FBAs and ADOS.
Like I told you, that's what I was referring to as if you heard something bad about someone. If I came and my experience was bad.
But that's different because you're an individual. So no, your one experience should not represent 43 million FBAs, right? Now, if you continuously, and you say gang members, that's a whole, we're not gang members. Matter of fact, gang members is a mixed way. I got it. But listen, gang members, Haitians can be part of a Black. Okay, got it. Listen to what I'm saying. When you say gang members, that's not even all FBA. You got Haitians in those Black gangs like Kodak Black. You got Puerto Ricans in those Black gangs, and you have Jamaicans in those Black gangs and people from the Caribbean. So Black gangs aren't just members of FBAs. You got you guys in our gangs.
Yes, correct. But you wouldn't know if I came to America and that was only my experience. Now I'm talking bad about Americans. So
Yeah,
that's
but
all I
that
was
no,
saying.
no.
You can't
But first of all, you
you
were a
was
kid. Okay, so now you're mixing up things right now. We're not giving you kid experiences about Caribbean people of the diaspora and Black Africans of the continent. We're not giving you kid experiences, bro. We're not talking about when we were 13. I'm 47. We're talking about experiences right now in 2025. We're saying people like DJ Academics, who's a grown man, who did a whole documentary on Chicago that was not needed. So he resurrected a bloodbath in Chicago. This is a who we would call a tether. This is a Jamaican man who made his fame of disrespecting and degenerizing. Well, he just degenerating our culture as a whole. Like he given a bad representation on FBA
you
code.
see,
That's one. Hold on. But that's one. Let me go another one. Q.
I was
Wait,
going to
wait.
talk about academics.
Okay, wait. Before you do that, let me get you one more, and you can go. So that's one guy who's making Black Americans look like SHIT. And then you have Q from World Star Hip Hop. He's in Haitian. Now he had the World Star, where he showed again Black people in a negative light before the world. So these two people are showing the image, not just nationally, but internationally, a negative, poor representation of Black Americans. So these are a Haitian and a Jamaican. And I could keep going on, but I'll stop right there. Go ahead.
So DJ Academics, for example, is not like he's a different Jamaican. Like so basically DJ Academics is from a good family. I wasn't grew up the same way he grew up. You know, he came to America, yeah. It's like if you from a different country, you come to America, you have to understand that people from a different country that legally come to America, they have to have money in order to come to America. So usually those people are the upper class in whatever country they come from. So when they come to America, they look down on Americans as a group because everyone's combined, you know. So they look down on African Americans. So I don't know if they don't understand that you're speaking of African Americans as a whole, but they just looking at them as they lazy and stuff like that. When I go, you know, because it's not logical, it's not, you know, you could say the same thing about Jamaicans in Jamaica, you know, about the other being lazy. But because they from an upper class, they have that feeling. So that's the reason why I'm saying you're trying to divide people when this goes on for even in America. People in America, upper class, they look down on people that are like poor the same way. So if you're from a different country now, you have the same, but you think it's like it's because they're from a different country when it's really people in general think that way. You understand what I'm saying? Hello?
Yeah. Okay. So now let me ask you this. All right. So bottom line. Do you have a problem?
You're breaking up a little bit.
Okay. So let's get to the bottom line. Do you have a problem with Black Americans, who we call FBAs and some say ADOS? Do you have a problem with us asking our government for reparations for reparative damages that was caused by this government towards us?
No, because like other race, the J people, they got it and they never happen in America. So that's the reason why I don't understand why the fighting over something.
Wait. Hold on. Stop. You see, you're trying to fast forward. I'm starting from a position so we can go towards the future or the current, the present. I'm just thinking of one thing. Okay. So you said, no, you don't have a problem with us. Do you have a problem with us delineating or saying we're Black, but we're different Black than the Jamaicans or the Caribbeans and the Africans? Do you have a problem with us saying we're Black like them, but we're different?
I get it, but like African, you compare Africans to Jamaican or African to people in the Caribbean, but they were never slaves. So you comparing those people.
No, we're not.
You
flexing.
understand the difference?
No, I think you're just being extreme and everything. So you keep okay. Are you divisive?
Say it again.
Are you divisive?
As in what?
Do you like to divide and cause problems? Divide and cause problems, cause trouble.
No.
Okay, well, stop doing it. Now, I'm just asking simple questions. Okay, so now, do you believe Jamaicans have stake in our reparations claim here in the United States? Do you believe that you should get some of our money if it was ever afforded to us?
I don't really care
That's not
much.
the question. That's not the question. Whether you care or not.
No.
Okay, cool. Do you care? Okay, cool. Do you care about Jamaicans receiving reparations from their claim that they had with CARICOM? Do you care about that?
No.
So do you believe that the Jamaicans were done wrong by the British government when they were colonized and forced to do slave labor?
Yes.
So you don't think so wait, hold on. So you don't, I just know, but it's yes or no. You said yes. So you don't think that the British government owed them for the free labor they had them do, and British became a superpower as a result of the free labor of Jamaicans and other Caribbeans and other Caribbean people. So they get to just ride off in the sunset, and Jamaica as a result is a third world country still now. So now are you saying the British, you're fine with the British never repairing Jamaica with some money?
You're
fine with that? No, yeah, well, no, I know basic history.
You asking me questions without no detail. It's like asking someone yes or no with no detail.
Okay, so
so you just follow history, right?
Sure.
You know, in history, there's many people been slaves.
Brother,
so you
I'm
think
talking
they should
about
go back through history? That's what I'm saying to you.
What are you talking about, bro? I'm talking about Jamaican. I'm not talking about slavery I'm saying Jamaican slavery, bro. I'm talking about your people, your homeland, your lineage. This dude don't even care about himself. Dude, you do want to hold them responsible, right? You think that was good? You think that was a good thing for the British to take Africans from Africa, bring them to the Caribbean, enslave them, make them do free labor, then colonize them for another 130 years to get up into their third world country fleeing?
Could I ask you a question? Do you think it was right for Africans to catch, to sell their own people?
No.
Well, are you going to punish them? Are you going to do something about it?
We're working backwards. Well, we're starting from the present. We work backwards. So we're not going to spread ourselves thin. That's stupid. We're going to focus on one government first, and then we'll go backwards and eventually get everybody involved, including UK. But we're going to start what's in front of us. You work a problem by dealing with what's in front of you. Then you go back to the root cause, but you got to deal with what's in front of you. So, for example, if you got a toothache, you got to deal with the pain right now, and then you can go back to the root cause of the pain.
Okay, so I get your mindset. Yeah, I get that.
Okay, so
I mean, but Jamaicans are not fighting for any reparation from Britain. So
yes, they are. There's something, but you don't know your history. There's something called CARICOM in Jamaica.
I'm fully American now.
So that's fighting that's fighting for reparations. What are you talking about? They're literally fighting for reparations.
I grew up. I've been in America for over 30 years.
Okay.
I live in America I've never been back to Jamaica.
Okay. Well, why? Why you don't want to go back?
I tell anyone, if I thought Jamaica was better to live in than America, I would be in Jamaica.
Yeah, but it could be better if you go back and help build it up. It's never going to be better if y'all keep coming over here.
What do you mean we coming over here? I've been here. You know, do you know how the government works? You know, you need immigration. No matter, we don't produce enough people, so you need immigration. You know that's normal, right?
One more time, say that again. Go ahead.
Do you know immigration is normal? We need people to come to America. It doesn't matter, but you need them to come legally.
But that's our problem. I'm talking about Jamaica problem. Jamaica has a problem with.
No, but what I'm saying is, I came to America legally.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, a lot of Jamaicans come here legally.
So you tell me to go back to Jamaica.
That's not what I said. Only
I came here legally.
No, that's not what I said. Only I said your country need your. Don't you think you're smart? You're smart.
Yes, but
okay.
You see, Jamaica is the same.
Bro, listen. I asked a question. Let me go. You asked a question. I answered very quickly, and I was quiet. So you're smart. So Jamaica needs more smart people. The smart people of Jamaica are leaving, and it's leaving Jamaica just with the degenerates there to run the country. That's why your government is in a sham. Now, how many jackets do you have? Do you have any?
Well, are you talking about? I don't have any jackets. Were you talking about kids? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Oh, I have 2 kids, but they're not jacket. Jacket referred to.
I know.
If you didn't know, that was your kids.
Well, no, jackets is a woman deliberately lying, saying the kid is yours and it isn't. So it's a scam. It's a scam system.
Yes.
Yeah, it's the worst in the world.
Yeah. But I have literally my kids that I divorced and, I take full-time custody. I mean, not full 50-50.
Yeah, I got what you're saying.
But normally a lot of guys that they say they're fathers, but they don't, they see their kids at once. No, I'm see that their kids like 4 times a week.
All right. That's great. Great to hear that. Now, but you don't want to see Jamaica built up to a great country?
Yes, but Jamaica have similar problems like America. They're being controlled right now by.
No, like there's no
job. Jamaica. What do you mean?
Okay, so the homes in Jamaica look like they put together woods and sticks together, like, and built a home. Like the homes out there are terrible. And like I said, Jamaica would love to see you back over there building up Jamaica, man.
You see what's the crazy thing about TV? It lets you think like the places, it's like
no.
You remember we grew up growing up, right?
Wait, that's not my reference.
No, you remember growing up, we see all those videos on Ethiopia and all those kids. It's kind of like that.
I got you, but you can't lie on my reference. My reference wasn't TV. My reference was Jamaicans themselves and the country. The country complains about the brain drain issue. You don't know what that is, but the country.
I'm saying.
Yeah, but the country is complaining. So it ain't just me. The country. My reference ain't TV. My reference is the country officials and the residents saying it's terrible. Like so many guys get deported from the UK to Jamaica and they be crying. Oh, like they say it's a hellhole. Okay, don't make me show a video. So there are deportees from
Jamaica,
the UK, and they come back to Jamaica.
Pretty corrupt.
Not just corrupt.
Right?
Oh, yeah, it's corrupt because the smart people leave, and you're left with the degenerates, and they run your government and your police force, and they're corrupt because you guys keep leaving. So why don't you fight corruption? Go back there, be a policeman, be a politician, and help make Jamaica great.
No, the police officers is the most corrupt one. So
right, because all the smart
it doesn't. It's a system thing.
So he's not getting it, brother.
I know what you're saying, but I'm not in Jamaican. I grew up in America. You understand this, right?
I need you back in Jamaica, helping make your country great again, bro. That shouldn't be a hard favor.
Right now, my brother was like the same thing like me, and he hasn't been back in like 20 years, and for the past like 7 years he's been back, and he's like building his own house and stuff like that. But you cannot change the system.
No, you can change the system. See, now that weak mentality, like, see, if we thought like that, we'll still be in Jim Crow. See, that's not FBA's think. We don't think like that. We don't think. And keep in mind, your fight is easier because you're fighting yourselves over there. We're fighting a whole different people. The Europeans. We're fighting Europeans, and we're the minority. We don't have that mindset that you can't change the system. We say F that. We ain't living in this current system as it is. We're gonna fight like hell to make changes, and we so far been victorious.
Well, all right, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
You don't think like when you could see, say you have a villain, and you could see the evil, isn't it easier to fight someone that you could see? But when you cannot see,
bro, we can't see white systematics. Bro, we can't see white supremacy. White supremacy is invisible. So we got the same. So we got a similar invisible force like you. We just not afraid. We go out there and we go look for it and find it anyway. We put on infrared goggles and get out there and find it. We identify it and we ask for the fade. And y'all should do the same. It's easier and it's not invisible. They look just like you, and they're in government and they're in the police force. You can go over there and really go out there.
But I'm telling you, in America, at least if someone gets killed, they could pretend or lie. In Jamaica, they don't even need to lie. That's the difference. They don't even need to lie that, you know, the cop killed someone. They don't even need to lie. And they won't do anything about it.
Who won't do anything about it?
Oh, the government won't do anything about it.
No, you won't do anything about it because you could be part of the government. So you're not doing anything about it as well. You're just as bad as them. None of y'all doing anything about it. That's the problem. We need somebody to care. We need y'all to care about what's going on. Those are your lineage people being shot down, and they don't need an excuse. They don't need to say, hey, man, he was reaching. That's terrible what you're telling me. So I need you to love your people like we love our people, man. Get over there and make a difference.
But where does the people? Let me ask you a question. Where does the people start at? Is all black people the same people?
It started at the grassroots.
No,
I mean with you.
So where did the line get cut off? All right, say we say slavery happened, and many people they decided to stop in Jamaica. Some decided to go to America. So the line cut off right there, right? Is that what you're telling me?
No, what I'm saying is Jamaica got their independence in what year? Do you know?
I think it was, there was given, so it's not really.
No, well,
they got
it's
like a pretend thing. It's like a pretend. It's a pretend thing.
Bro, they have. Well, you got a flag. Well, then throw that flag in the trash if that's not your independent flag. Your independent flag. Why y'all cosplaying as an independent country? Y'all don't believe in it. See, I don't like that. So y'all should go ahead and
a lot of people fighting. Have you ever? There's a guy on YouTube called Surfy, right? You won't understand because he's Jamaican, but like he's fighting against the system. He's fighting against that.
So why you not helping him?
What do you mean I'm not helping him?
Why you not helping him fight against the system?
He's doing it right now, and people are supporting him. What do you mean? You don't know what I'm doing.
Are you supporting him? Yes or no?
Oh, I support him.
Okay, and where is he at, by the way?
Oh, this is so like it's not. That's what I'm telling you. I don't know where you're getting the Jamaican information from.
I'm getting it from you right now.
I'm telling you, it's so. It's so bad that you cannot tell his location because they will go kill him. You understand? So he's doing it anonymous. So they got the
Jamaican clan over there. The Jamaican KKK.
No, he's doing it anonymous. This is how stuff goes. Like he looks, because you don't experience it, you don't understand it.
Right. So I'm asking you about the experience. I could try to empathize. I could try to sympathize. So I'm asking questions, brother. It's okay. Now, is he in the country? Is what I was asking.
Yes.
Okay, so how are you helping him? Do you plan on joining him?
Oh, you support him because first what he's trying to do, he's trying to save people mindset, like the black people in Jamaica. He's trying to change their mindset of thinking.
Right.
You
So
know, the way that in America, like people, you know, hip hop, rap and stuff, people celebrate being like who's the toughest, who's the gangster. People celebrate that the same way in Jamaica. That's why we are
we don't celebrate
similar.
that over here. Hell no. There's a few.
Oh, I mean, your group doesn't, but majority of people do. That's the reason why rap is so popular.
No. Stop. The majority of Black Americans, we don't do what rappers do. We don't buy that.
No, do what rappers do.
But we don't believe
what rappers, but you celebrate them. You look up to them.
Stop. No, we don't. It's called entertainment, bro. We enjoy the lyrics, the beat, the flow. But ain't none of us looking up to them. And none of us got quotes. Yo,
I was in New York City when 50 Cent came out.
Yeah, so he's a celebrity.
You ain't no way you gonna tell me that people didn't believe that. Ain't no way.
I was there. Y'all got it mixed up. Y'all worship Vibes Cartel, but ain't not. Yo, for example, if 50 Cent touched a kid, well, hold on, just listen real fast to let you know that you're lying. If 50 Cent touched a kid or did something illegal to somebody, hurt somebody in a violent way, we're going to call the cops on that fool and get him locked up. All right. Look how much we loved, let's say Diddy. But look what happened to him. We left. We loved R. Kelly. So you're lying. We loved R. Kelly. Wait. Just stop talking.
R. Kelly, video came out. I was in high school when that video came out, and no one did anything about that video.
I gotta mute you, bro. You're not listening because you're talking, and we're not like y'all. Y'all definitely not like us. When no matter how much we love R. Kelly and even Michael Jackson to a degree, we fell back from him. So when our celebrities get that stain in the media for doing something like horrendous, heinous, we for the most part back off and we let them hold their own nuts. So Diddy right now, we love Diddy, but right now he's in jail rotting. We love whoever else, but once they get to that trouble, we back off for the most part and we look at them a little differently. Y'all look at Vibes Cartel as a goddamn superhero. And this guy is alleged to did the most heinous things in the world of mankind. And y'all look at y'all entertainers as heroes. That's not us. Once we'll like you, but once you do something dumb like John Morant, we be like, dude, the hell you doing? We'll like you till you fuck up. So no, bro, you got that totally wrong. And now you're telling me I can't speak for Jamaicans, but you're trying to speak for FBAs, which is hypocritical. That's not.
I never said anything.
Yeah,
can I talk?
But you're telling us how we look at entertainers. We don't look at them like that, bro. They look at them as, and for the most part, we never meet them, by the way. We never, ever meet them. They just be TV figures that we just, hey, oh, my guy's lifestyle is cool. Or her, look how beautiful she is. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah, can I talk?
Go ahead.
That's my whole point with what you're saying and what you're doing. You don't understand anything. You will say people look up to Vice Cartel, but we look at Vice Cartel the same way you look at Diddy and all of that. But you are saying this and you have no idea.
That was cheering like hell when he got free.
Oh, because certain people did that. The way that if TV to come out, certain people are going to cheer for that. Those people don't represent everyone, so that's the same thing I'm telling you. You do the same thing you're accusing me of doing.
Okay, so don't use that on us. Then you see how that works. You said don't use that crowd for everyone, but you're using that crowd for everyone over here. See, so you got to take.
No, I didn't say FBA. I didn't say you. I was talking about African American in general. Don't you believe?
No, we don't.
You believe that all African Americans are the in the same group? Because you don't know us enough. Johnson, he believes in something different.
But you don't know us enough, bro. You don't know us enough to make that assessment. That's what I'm trying to say. Like just by your action alone.
I worked more than 30 years in America. You never spent a day in Jamaica. What?
Right? Yeah, but here's the difference, though. bro, your accent alone, your accent alone would not get you to certain doors of conversation within a Black American family. Your accent alone, we won't say certain things in front of you. You do know that, right? Your accent alone reminds us you're not one of us. So we're not going to tell you, we're not going to give our political views around you. We're not going to give you.
What I was telling you about division. This is exactly, you're proving my point.
How?
What does that get you? We say that your accent alone is not going to get you. We're not going to say stuff in front of you.
I don't know how you took that, what I just said, but it might be
That's
wrong.
what you just said. What?
Brother.
And I was telling you that I support you guys. You're telling me that my accent alone, you're not with us.
No, I said your accent, brother. Come on. I got Spanish friends, right? But I'm not Spanish, so they're not gonna say everything how they feel in front of me. Because I'm not like them. I'm not offended. I kind of expect that. There's some white guys in the gym that I'm cool with in the gym. But if they invite me to, their pizzeria or whatever, there's certain conversations they're going to have with me and certain ones they're not. And they damn sure ain't going to talk about their political ideas in front of me. So that's all. So what I'm saying is, like, there's a filtering system. You're claiming you're in this country with us, so you know us. I'm saying you don't. You only know what we show you. Just like I only know what my Spanish friends show me. I only know what my Caribbean friends show me, but I don't really know. I'm from New Jersey, bro. You got a New York number, so yeah, you already know there's a lot of.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. So, if you say you were like me and you spent 30 years in Jamaica, you don't think you would know what's going on there? You think it would be the same thing?
That's a big difference. I would know what's going
on.
You
really think so?
But let me answer the question, because you're mixing and mingling. I would know what's going on a little bit, but I won't know the mindset of Jamaicans because I'm not Jamaican. So I will never know how they really feel about certain things.
If you live there for that time, you don't think. So what would be the difference between if I was born in America?
All right, let me ask you this.
And I spent the same time in America. I don't understand. What's the difference?
No. It won't be no difference if you was born in America. The difference would be if you came to America before 1965 in the South. That would be the difference. See, you guys are not Southern experience, right? And that's what we can see through that right away. You're not Southern experience at all, none of y'all. Because when y'all came here, y'all came to the North for the most part, New York. Okay, y'all didn't come to Mississippi, Alabama, the Carolinas, Virginia. You guys. So without that experience, you would never know what it is to live like a Black American. Just like if I was in some part of Jamaica, but I never experienced Kingston, you guys can say, yeah, but you really ain't experienced Jamaica. Same thing. So it don't matter if you was born here. The fact that you're not, you don't have that lineage that came from the South at the most violent time in America, that alone would shape your mind differently. That's why you don't really have too many like you could say like rebellious Tupac type of Jamaicans over here. Like y'all be happy as hell. Like I never see a Jamaican person or a Caribbean person or African person talks about how much they hate white supremacy. Like show me that YouTube channel so I could see one. But that's how we normally talk. Like the Dr. Khalid Muhammad's and people like that. That's how we normally talk. That's not how y'all talk. Y'all be happy as hell and happy-go-lucky. So like we have this anger.
No, they're not happy-go-lucky, but I know what you mean because they can't speak that way because they have to say right now. Because if I come to you, you will tell me I'm not part of you. So how can I speak that way when you're telling me I'm not part of this way? If I say, all right, no, we're all Black. Okay. So we all need to come together. If I say that, you're saying I'm just happy to be.
Okay, but you gotta stop mixing messages. We are all Black, and at some point we should come together. Nothing wrong with that. But right now ain't the time. Right now we need to get our eggs together, and we need to organize ourselves first. This ain't the time to be all inclusive. All right, we need to get our stuff straight amongst ourselves. like you just said, we worship celebrities. Exactly. That's the exact reason why we need to kick everybody out and come amongst ourselves, huddle up and get it together. And then we can go out there and be a better ally to you and the rest of the world. So you guys have no issue with us saying, yo, let's delineate, let's get ourselves together so we could be a better ally to our Black family across the world. Because right now, our minds aren't right. We're easily manipulated by people like DJ Academics and Q from World Star.
So why you point to them only? Why are they the figure that you point to the most when you have tons of Americans that does the same thing?
That does what?
Destroy the culture. What do you mean? You know, promote violence, promote nonsense.
Listen. I don't know too many Black Americans who got rich and famous off exploiting Black Americans. I don't know too many, but I know dozens of Caribbean and Africans who came to this country and got rich by exploiting Black Americans. That's the difference right there. That's one big difference between mindsets, how we feel about ourselves and what we're not going to do, and how you guys feel about us and what you actually do when you get over here.
Like I said, if you look at one person and you say all people are like that, I don't know what else to tell you. As DJ African represent all Jamaicans, I don't know what else to tell you.
Hey, bro, the word all didn't come out my mouth, by the way. And I just said, it's real simple. It's not even a beef with us. This is what we're saying for the most part, okay? Generally. We're saying, stay out of our business when we talk about reparations. Keep your opinions to yourself. Okay, keep it to yourself. Or you can have your own opinion, no problem. Just don't try to represent our stance on reparations. And don't put your hand out in our cookie jar, in our reparation cookie jar. That's one. Secondly, we're saying be proud to be Caribbean. Be proud to be African. Stop cosplaying as a Black American, as an FBA. Be yourself. Nothing wrong with that. If I go to Jamaica,
my key question was to you. So you say 1950, whatever it is that you said, that's the cutoff point. So no one after that could say they're African American. Is that what you're telling me?
Oh, y'all can say that all day. We don't care about that. You can't say you can't say you're ADOS or Foundation of Black American. That would be historically incorrect and by biologically incorrect. So you couldn't make those two claims. You couldn't say you're ADOS or FBA, but you could say you're African American. You could say you're Black American. We don't got a problem with that. See, you're like mixing up what we don't have a mind, what we don't mind and what we mind. We don't mind you guys saying you're African American or Black American. Now you can't say you foundational. You can't say you're ADOS. You can't say you're a free person because that would be a lie. Right?
I just represent that we're Black. That's all I say.
Yeah, we are Black. There's nothing wrong with that. Be Black and proud, and also aren't outside of being Black. Aren't you a proud Jamaican?
Jamaican. Well, there's no problem with that. Well,
now I'm asking you: are you a proud Black man?
Yes, I'm proud to be Black.
Okay, are you proud to be Jamaican?
But do you understand that Jamaicans have many different races there, right?
I got you, but I'm asking you, are you proud to be Jamaican?
I am Jamaican.
Are you proud to be Jamaican? You could say no. I'm not making you say yes. Are you proud to be Jamaican?
Yeah, I'm proud to have whatever experience I have right now. So whatever I am, I'm proud to be that.
I'm saying, but your lineage goes back to Jamaica, right? Maybe you're not proud. I'm sorry. I kind of thought you guys were proud to be Jamaican.
Yes, I'm proud to be Jamaican if that's what you want to say, but I know
that's what you want to say. No, I'm saying, if you're not
I know what you're trying to get at.
Yo, why? When I ask them questions, they always saying, Where you trying to get at? I don't. When you ask me questions, I don't say.
No, I know what you're trying to get at because I heard it before. Come on, I know.
Okay,
but it's not because
wait,
I
so
want someone to explain to me like.
Okay, just hold on 1 second. Just give me 2 minutes to say something. Just 2 minutes. Chat.
Okay.
He said he was proud to be black. He did not want to say he was proud to be Jamaican. And look, I'm not trying to force him to say he's proud to be Jamaican. Bro, you might not be proud to be Jamaican. And I can really believe that based on the research I got. I can really believe you're not really proud to be Jamaican. And that's okay. But I'm proud to be foundational Black American. And if I lived in Jamaica, like you said, for 30 years, guess what? I would still be proud to be foundational Black American. I would never say I'm Jamaican. I would say, I respect you guys for being Jamaican, but I'm not that. I'm not like y'all in that sense. I'm FBA. I got a different lineage, different history, different experiences, and the world looks at me differently than a Jamaican. Okay.
So would you ever live in a different country?
Hell no. I have no passport.
And why is that the case?
I'm never getting one. I have no passport. I'm never getting one. I will never leave this great country. Just like you don't want to leave. You don't want to leave either.
What people trying to be, people act like all race does this. They come to America and they compare America to like their other country, but they only do it in one aspect. They like comparing it with Canada, they like, oh, you get free healthcare, you know. Or if it's somewhere else, they only do one aspect. But you know, totally like I don't. If I thought another country was better, I would live in that country, wouldn't I?
I wouldn't. I would.
I don't know why anyone would come here complain.
I wouldn't. I would help build my country up where we're just as good or even better. I would not flee.
You can't. It's like saying something that's not possible. You understand how small Jamaica is, right?
Yeah, and Japan is small too, right?
Not even the same realm. Japan is like so much bigger. You understand? Jamaica is tiny.
So what does that got to do with anything? Jamaica's tiny. Okay, what's your point?
Jamaica has no resources to be built up that way.
Bro, you got petroleum. Stop. You got petroleum. And
they don't have any resource. Come on, be honest. You were saying this, but if we're in realistic aspect,
if you got no resources, if you have no resources, then what the hell the British was extracting from your homeland? If you got no resources, then what were the British extracting from Jamaica?
Your British was using like a connection point. They was using Jamaica as.
No, but they were extracting.
That's where all the shit stuff at.
Yeah, but they were extracting actually stuff from the land. Are you not aware of that?
But you know, it's like me saying, which country in Africa have all
no, not the same. You just said you have no resources. Jamaica got plenty of resources.
They don't have it anymore. They don't have it anymore. They don't have it. You understand?
Okay, so where do resources go?
Say it again.
Where did the resources go?
All Jamaica produces sugar. You know that's it.
Say that again.
All they produce is sugar.
Bro, do y'all have petroleum?
Like they don't have any resources. Come on, they can't compete. It's like you telling me to go back to, like you telling me something that's fictional.
Bro, there's nothing fictional about you going back to your homeland and help building it. Bro, there's so many countries
that got fictional that you would think it would be.
Europe don't have no resources, but Europe knows how to build their stuff up and then go import, export. See, y'all thing is y'all got to stop making excuses to flee. Y'all got to really.
Let me ask you a question. In like 100 years from now, what do you think Europe is going to do? What do you think they're going to go down?
Oh my God! Now we wish bad on my homeland. brother, I'm wishing your home. I'm wishing your homeland does great and build itself up. You're hoping my homeland fails. That ain't cool, bro.
Say it again?
Why we gotta go down? Why you wish my homeland go down?
No, I didn't say America. What are you talking about?
Okay, who? Who should go down? Who?
Oh, I said Europe. I said, not America.
Okay, so Europe gonna go down how?
They don't have any resources. England is doing terrible right now. Do you guys know? They doing really bad.
Europe is doing bad?
Yes.
Okay. That sucks for them if that's the truth.
Yeah, because they can't take advantage of people anymore. That's all the British used. That's all they did.
Well, I don't know, because when they were at World War II, right? And when they reached out to the Caribbean to help build their country back up, they didn't force you guys. You guys fled over there so fast to help build up Britain back to a superpower. So they didn't take advantage of nobody. You guys felt like that was the opportunity to level up. You guys ran in droves to help build the European nation back up.
All right, so this is why I say Jamaican is like a fake independent. British still control them. Oh, did you talk about Vice Cartel earlier? Oh, did Vice Cartel get us?
Hey, brother. What? Okay, so if it's fake independence, is that flag BS?
If you want, people use it to represent the country, but Vice Cartel
no, they use it to represent
British government.
No, wait, they use it to represent the independence of the country, right?
Yes.
Okay, so if it's not really independent, then the flag is a false representation of independence, right?
Hey, if you want to put it that way, I guess you could.
I'm asking. No, I'm all right. Well, no, this is based on what you're saying, because the flag represents the independent state of Jamaica, and you're saying Jamaica's not really independent. So I'm saying that I'm asking the obvious question. Okay, then the flag is a false representation of the independent state of Jamaica, right?
You could put it that way. I'm just telling you what happened.
Wait, so is that
no
flag,
other countries?
Okay.
If you
one more question.
Have a logical conversation. You asking me a question. Let me ask you a question.
Wait. One more question.
If you're independent,
do you have?
Can I ask you a question?
Yes, you can. Right after this, do you have a Jamaican flag in your home?
I don't think so, but.
All right, yeah, you my man. But go ahead, ask me the question. Yo, you stand on business. You say I ain't going back. I ain't thinking about them. They can hold their own nuts. All right. So, what's your question?
I said, is someone independent if another country could come in and tell you what to do?
Now, I agree with you. But what's your question with me?
No, that was the question. Like that's what I'm telling you. They told them like, "Oh, Vice Cartel, the trial wasn't fair." So give me a new one. That's what they did. They did that. The British government did that. That wasn't Jamaica that did that. You know that, right?
Yeah, but what was your question for me? What was your question for me? You had.
No, that was the question. Like you're not independent if another country could. I was asking you. That was the question.
Okay, well, I was going with what you guys say about the country. You guys, I heard some proud Jamaicans talk about how prideful they are and that they're independent. And now I'm hearing you're not really truly independent. Y'all just was cosplaying as an independent country. That's interesting.
Because people are not realistic. A lot of times people tend not to be realistic.
So why don't you guys fight for true independence?
They don't have the power.
You don't need power, bro. You need numbers, bro. But you got the power, bro. You outnumber white folks 20-1. Stop it. You would trample all over.
Say it again.
You outnumber white people in that country like probably 40-1 now, because 20-1 back in like the
no against Britain, not the white people. I'm talking about against Britain.
No, but you don't need white people. You could just take over your own country. You can do what you want to do in your country. You can build stuff in your country. You don't need Britain help at all. You could just build your own country.
All right. So the government, like America does this a lot, right? Say for example, they like, all right, if you gonna, not gonna listen to what we say, we're gonna take this thing that we gave you guys. So they would have, these little deals that they have, and they would take it away if you don't actually listen. That's how the system goes.
So it sounds like to me you're playing the victim, where you're like just victim, where you don't want any accountability, bro.
So what do you think? So what would you do as a nation if you run Jamaica? What would you do?
Well, the first thing I'll do is kick out all the degenerates, and I will stop allowing the brains of the country to leave. I'll say no more. We're banning the brain drain. But you can have these degenerates, though. You can take, just like British did with their illegals and criminal element. Like, they flood them into America, and like early 1800s, they fled them into America. They say, hey, you could take our degenerates, but you ain't taking our best. So they let their criminals come to America. If I was Jamaica, I'd do that. I'll say, listen, Cuba does the same thing. Cuba sends their criminals over here, not their smartest. So if I was Jamaica, I will do the reverse action. I'll stop sending my best to America and Canada and the UK, and I will send our worst over there.
Okay. But let me ask you a question. What if the people in the country prefer the worst people?
Then that's a serious problem, boy. That's a serious problem.
I told you that But that's what I was telling you. The guy on, that I was talking about therapy, he's fighting to change the mindset of the people. Because that's what you need to do first. Earlier said,
hey, brother, you had Garvey, right? Garvey changed our mindset way back in 1930 sometime when he came back to Jamaica. But y'all mindset already been changed. Okay, you guys like to be, I don't know, mistreated or whatever. You guys like to be dependent on other people to feed you and clothe you and give you work. I don't know, bro, but that's not cool. It's 2025. The internet is everywhere, even in Jamaica. Y'all should not have that mindset, bro. There's something going on.
What mindset? What did I say, though? Because I said, what if people prefer people, because that's the culture. That's what culture is. If you not literally, if you know anything about Jamaica, if you haven't killed two persons, people say you are a punk.
But hold on. So y'all culture is wanting the worst people in charge of the country.
That's why I'm telling you. They also do this thing. When I was like, I think when I was like 20, 21, 22, they're like, yo, you haven't having a kid yet? What the hell is wrong with you?
Bro, that's crazy. So what y'all should do, so now let me give a solution. So what y'all should do is this. If y'all have that going on, y'all should, when y'all come over here, y'all should be more on code with us. Y'all should be sitting back there and saying, FBAs, we support y'all, we rock with y'all, we're an ally. Instead of dividing yourselves with us, dividing our communities, y'all should be assimilating to our communities and trying to help us when we do stuff. Like when we have our rallies or riots or protests, y'all should be out there.
Isn't that what I've been telling you?
Yeah, but y'all haven't been doing that. So y'all should have been doing that, and y'all should broach our flags out there with y'all to let America know and the other countries know that, hey, Jamaica is standing behind Black Americans, FBAs. But you guys don't do that. You come over here and you feel like, whoa, I'm gone. The boogeyman is in Jamaica. I'm safe. Now let me take that degenerate behavior mindset here and let me start talking bad about FBAs. Let me start telling them to get up. You need to walk. And y'all lazy. And that's how y'all be talking when y'all come over here.
People talk bad about people in general. People just do this on the regular.
No, nobody comes to somebody's home and talks trash about them, bro. That's not regular. People respect. We have something called Southern hospitality. No, we don't do that. We have something called Southern hospitality that prevents stuff like that. So no, we don't do that. Wrong Wrong
When you
people.
go to, you say you go up in New Jersey, right?
Yeah.
In New Jersey, I'm on the West Coast right now, right?
Yeah.
In New York, for sure, people are more upfront with you. I prefer when people are upfront and let me know that they don't like me instead
Yeah,
of
but
when
why
they
don't
do,
they like you? What are you doing that they don't like you?
No, I'm just telling you. You say Southern hospitality.
I don't have that. No, but I don't
I'm
have
like, I don't want people to
no,
pretend.
that's not what Southern hospitality is, bro. You know what hospitable means? That means that's genuinely in you. Like you just love your neighbor. It's not fake. Fake is at your job when that white woman smile at you and wave. That's fake. Or Bill shakes your hand and say, "Hey man, how's it going?" That's fake. But there's nothing fake about Southern hospitality. It's straight genuine.
I know
Like
what you're saying, but what
people will literally try to pick you up as you're walking. They'll try to pull over and pick you up. That ain't fake.
What I'm saying is when we in Jamaica, or when I've noticed in Jamaica, they talk bad about other Jamaicans. When Americans, they talk bad about other Americans. But what you were saying is that because I'm Jamaican and I come to this country, I can't talk bad about Americans. I get what you were saying. And
Yeah.
at the same time, people tend to like whatever about something about someone, they use that against them. That's what humans, we all humans, that's what people do. So people are going to do these things. But because we're from a different country now, you use that as in like, oh, Jamaicans don't like Americans or vice versa. That's how usually tend to be, you know. Because
Right.
my earlier story is telling you, like, I immediately have a problem with Americans. Later on, I lived there for around like 10 years later. We like best friends now.
All right. So this is what I want you to do, right? To make this call productive, right? So I want you to leave this phone call knowing that FBAs don't think about Caribbeans like that in a negative way. We don't think about Africans in a negative way. We're just proud of who we are, and we would like it if you guys just stay out the way. If you guys want to help us, kudos. But if you wanted to just not help us but stay out the way, we're fine with that too. But we don't want you guys cosplaying, pretending you guys are one of us, and getting in a position of power to, again, portray us as this primitive people that white supremacy once tried to do during scientific racism. And this is the DJ Academics, this is the Qs, the Shade Rooms, all these different people out there. I think it's Kendra G. Is she FBA? I don't know, but she kind of do the same thing. Yeah. So as long as y'all stop doing stuff like that, everything will be all good. So I don't want you to leave this phone call feeling like we think about you a certain way. We don't think about you at all. Actually, there's not enough of y'all in America.
But this is I have a different mindset than people. If I had a bad experience with you on this call right now, I wouldn't
we don't have a
take
bad
that in like, No, I'm just saying, I'm speaking in general.
But that's a bad analogy because we don't have a bad experience with you guys. We don't.
No, I know what I'm saying. What I'm saying, I'm just giving you in general speaking, as in if I did. I'm not saying you did or not. I'm saying if I did, I wouldn't take that into my next.
No. A bad experience. No, sir. You ain't gonna trick me with that one. If I'm being profiled by police officers in my city, and it's not just one, it's more than enough. At some point, I gotta say, yo, the whole police force corrupt. Even though every cop might not be corrupt, but it's enough to create a system of police brutality or racial profiling. So sometimes enough could be a certain number of them. So again, if DJ Academics is out here shining the light on Black Americans, always in a negative light. Look at his stuff now. All this stuff is drama, never anything good.
Oh, you went somewhere else. That's not where I was going at, but
yeah, but that's where I was going, because that's where your analogy was pointing at. So I just
no. That's what I was going at. I'm just saying that even if I had a bad experience talking to you right now, I wouldn't take that into my next person with someone in the same group as
you're saying that
I wouldn't do that.
So maybe I'm lost, because why are you saying that? What's the point behind that? Are you just saying something random? What does that got to do with our conversation?
No, I'm saying I didn't have a bad conversation
Oh,
talking to
bro,
you.
okay, cool. You're not supposed to, but I won't grab a bunch of king cobras and try to wrap them around my neck. Like, I just can't say something random what I won't do. It's like, bro, let's talk about what we're talking about. Like, make sure everything you say is relevant to our discussion. Because I'm like lost where you're going, and then you're not going where I think you're going, and then you blame me like, I'm not going there. Well, let's stick to things that we can relate to based on this phone conversation, okay? Because what you just said about the bad experience, I'm trying to see how that relates to our phone conversation. And you
because
just,
you earlier said, you said, if you're gonna leave this conversation with a positive, and you go on and you speak, and I was saying even if I didn't, I wouldn't take that into my next relationship with someone affiliated with your group. That's what I would say.
okay. So when you see these channels, these Jamaican channels, disrespecting FBA's Adolf Black Americans, are you gonna call in and voice your opinion to them and say, hey, I disagree. Like, what you're doing is wrong. That's wrong to just.
I literally, I don't even know. Oh, you pop up on my thing. I don't even know. I normally don't see that.
Bro, I popped
But if
up.
I did, yes.
Look, I popped up because this was due, right? You had to have this experience. And this was the right time. This was the right time. So now, the things that I showed on my live podcast, do you agree with anything or disagree?
There was a lot going on. So,
Right. So what stuck out?
When the Jamaican guy came in, and I know he was the last one in. I heard. I think he was speaking similar thing to what I'm saying, but he's just.
No, he wasn't.
He's doing it on a negative level, as in like everyone is bad.
Isn't that different though? If he's saying from a negative level, it ain't the same that what you're doing. Because if you're being positive, then that means he's being negative. Therefore, it's not the same.
Yeah, but it's like, if I say I love everyone, that's kind of meaning.
Nobody's gonna say that. Don't forget. Let's talk about things that is relevant to the conversation. So I won't, be confused where you're going. So yes, the Jamaican guy that called in, right? What did you agree that he was saying?
That we all do the same thing.
Like what?
But what I don't,
No, explain. We all do what? That's the same thing. But what is that?
No, we already had the discussion already about it, so I don't want to go.
Okay, well, don't say it again.
Into it.
Yeah, but if you say it again, I'm going to ask you again. Like, what is this thing we're all doing? Because maybe I disagree.
Criticize. Talk bad about each other. That's what.
Don't talk bad about each other. Wait, how is? Okay, what did I say that was bad? Everything I played and everything I talked about from an African or Caribbean stance was actual history. When I went over your history, we said jackets. You agree. I said, you got any jackets? You said no. And we agreed what a jacket was. That's Jamaican culture, right? So when I talked about the homeland not being good, you agreed. You said there's no resources. You said that land mass is inhabitable. So you agree with me that nobody should be there. That's why you said you're not going back. And it's bad. Then you said the mindset of people are terrible. Their mindset's got to change. I agree. I said the brains of the country left and the degenerates are left there. So we agree with everything I said so far. You agree with everything I said about Jamaica. So what? So I don't get when you say we are doing something negative.
You were thinking I'm talking about you. That's why I'm so lost.
But who are you talking about?
I'm not talking.
All this indirect.
When he was speaking, he was speaking right. About not you. He wasn't speaking in people in general.
Okay. So what was he doing?
So that's the reason why I didn't even want to go into what he was like discussing, because it's like going around the same thing.
Why you bring it up?
But when I'm speaking, I'm not speaking that you were saying these things because you never said any of these things.
Okay,
But
so
you don't responsible for what everyone else is saying. I can't say that you said what everyone else is saying. So when you said, "Oh, I have a bad experience with someone,"
that was your
like I can't say that you did that.
yeah, but that was your analogy about bad experiences. I'm happy. I'm over here. I'm happy. I'm chilling. I'm happy. So that's why I asked you, what did you agree with that I said?
You just said all the stuff we agree with. So
say that again. What'd you say?
Oh, you just repeat all the stuff we agree with. So why would I need to repeat it again?
All right. Let me walk this dog because he about to go crazy. Look, I'm gonna go live again in about an hour and a half, right? Pull back up and call in.
Okay, have a good day.
All right, thanks for the call. It was a good dialogue.
Okay.
Peace. All right, so what you guys think, man? We're still here for the afterlife. I got something to show real quick. Okay. So he was being real. So American Dream in the chat was mad at the brother for being honest. Most are dishonest. You know, American Dream, KD, Jay, Kwame, like these are dishonest foreigners. Okay. But we got a real foreigner who kept it real. He said, "Yo, I'm a hunt." He said, "Listen, man, I've been here for 30 years and I am American." He said, "Man, I don't associate myself with Jamaica at all." He was being real. I ain't mad at him. I ain't Tupac. Daddy, look. Yes, a good one. Okay, so let me try to. Let me try to switch my can to my headset so I can be wireless. Bear with me a second. All right, I think I'm good. Okay, yeah, we're good. All right, so now I'm gonna share a video. I have no idea what she's about to say. I know by the I have an idea by the caption, but I haven't heard this. Is what I mean.
Like, don't piss in my mouth and then call it lemonade. Because what's the derogatory word for white people that's colonizing your land to this day? And for the Caribbean and Africans that say we don't have any culture, and come on now, we can already debunk that. What's your culture? And don't tell me food. It's to the point where I don't even want to date a Caribbean or an African that has a coon mindset unless you have a
which is like 99% of them, but go ahead.
Mindset. And black Americans built this country, not Africans, don't you forget. Like, don't piss in my mouth. And
okay, so she has some straightening for y'all in the chat. So you see, like, this is spreading like wildfire. So you guys are talking about, yeah, but how many of you guys see your FBA? Hey, man, she probably never heard the acronym FBA before. But the fact that she's feeling like this, it's going to be easier to get her on board. So I love y'all tether diaspora wars. You are helping us signal boost the message. I don't know what American Dream videos are, but I hope they are attacking FBAs because you're gonna wake up more people like her. Okay. And it'd be so much easier for us to reach them and get them on code. So I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate you guys waking up more FBAs that we probably couldn't reach otherwise. All right. So again, I appreciate you guys. Hey, Kwame, brother, you had your chance. Now, I you could post links. I like it. You know, good. I'm not clicking one of them, but the chat is free to click your links. But bro, you had your chance. You had 3-4 chances to come on this live feed and prove you're smart. You said really nothing. American Dream came on here. He didn't add anything to the conversation. He just gave his opinion, like what he
He don't respect FBAs and all of our self-identifying terms. Okay, that's your opinion, bro. We don't value your opinion, American Dream. You are very insignificant in FBA culture, FBA society. You're very insignificant. We don't even see you in most states. So your opinion, you dig, is really zilch to us. It doesn't matter at all. The best you can do, brother, is join team white supremacy, which you're already 1 foot in, 1 foot out. And that's the only time we'll like care about your opinion, when you're fully with Myron Gaines, right? Tommy Sotomayor. When you go fully there, that's when you get our attention again. But 1 foot in, 1 foot out, brother, we don't care what you're talking about. Okay, so I randomly just clicked. I mean, I put something in the chat. So chat, listen, I'm gonna put my Cash App in there. You know why? Because I just started paying. Well, a lot of reasons. I just started paying for so Chat GPT is free. Well, I started paying for a monthly version of it, right? So I could get more, because my research is so wide ranged that it was cutting me off and telling me I can't do another search until like 8 hours later. So if y'all appreciate the research, then value it. It's unbiased Ron. Value my research so I can have a less burden paying these monthly fees. I'm already paying for Zoom. I'm paying for I'm paying for Photoshop. I got some advanced stuff going on here. You dig? Anyway, let me show you some of my research, right? So what's interesting is that Kwame and the likes of these guys like to say we're African. And chat, before you address that or answer that question, they got to define African, because there's no such thing as African, right? There are people that live in countries in Africa, and collectively they are called African, just like the West Indies. The West Indies is a bunch of different countries, islands that live amongst the Caribbean, but they're all different people, different flags, different languages, different cultures. So there's no such thing as a West Indian. There's a such thing as a Jamaican, but the West Indian guy that's like accepted all these cultures, that doesn't exist. The West Indies Federation failed. So that attempt to unify the Caribbean failed. There's no unifying attempt to unify Africa. That failed. But there is a European nation. India, Europe unified, and Japan unified. So it seems like other nationalities outside of the Caribbean and Africa, they seem to unify very easily. But it's something with the Caribbean and Africa that had those folks, they got thousands of years, hundreds of years to unify, and they're like so far from doing it. The West Indies Federation was only 4 years before they all dropped out of it and went their own separate ways. So if the Caribbean can't unify with themselves, what chance do we have unifying with them? If Africa can't unify with themselves, what chance do we have? We're a whole different person from what they're used to dealing with, experiencing. That's why when they ask me, am I African, or like I need clarification, like what is an African? And don't an African, okay, how about this? How about I'll just do this right here? We'll go here. So you can read it along with me for the first time. I just typed it in, didn't research it, but let's look at it together. So this is evidence, right? This is something interesting. So if y'all support the research, then go ahead and $2, $3, all that stuff adds up. You don't need to send $100, $20, $1, $2. Those things add up when I pay that monthly fee. All right, here we are, right here. Let's go.
This is a fascinating question, and it taps into both genetics and the history of the African diaspora. The short answer is, Black Americans usually have lower specific African ethnic percentages on DNA tests due to centuries of intermixing, forced migration, and the way genetic inheritance works. In contrast, native-born Africans, e.g. Nigerians, Ghanaians, Ethiopians, will usually have much higher and more concentrated ethnic ties to their region of origin. Let's break it down clearly.
Lay down.
Why do Black Americans show low percentages of specific
Okay,
African
lay down.
ethnicities? 1. Ancestry from multiple African groups. During the transatlantic slave trade, enslaved Africans came from a wide range of West and Central African regions: Yoruba, Igbo-Kan, Mende, Congo, Wolof, etc. They were mixed together on plantations, intermarried, and had children across different African ethnic backgrounds. So, a modern African American might have small percentages from 5 to 10 different African groups, instead of one large concentrated percentage. Example, a typical African American DNA test might show 18% Nigerian, Yoruba Igbo, 12% Ghanaian, Akan Iwe, 10% Senegalese, Wolof Serer, 6% Cameroonian, 30% non-African, e.g. British, Irish, Native American. That means they're of African descent, but no one African group dominates because of ancestral mixing. 2. Non-African admixture, European and Native American. Due to forced relationships during slavery, many Black Americans have European DNA, often from white slaveholders. Studies estimate the average African American is 70 to 80% African and 20 to 30% European genetically. Some also have small Native American ancestry, though this is usually much lower than family lore suggests. Example, based on studies by 23andMe and academic sources, 77% African, 21% European, 2% Native American or other. 3. Random genetic inheritance. Each person only inherits about 50% of each parent's DNA, but it's random. That means even if your grandfather was 100% Yoruba, you might inherit only a small portion of those Yoruba genes. Over several generations, this dilutes specific ethnic percentages. What about native-born Africans? They show high percentages tied to their homeland, because native Africans usually come from a single ethnic group or closely related neighboring groups. Their DNA tests tend to show 80 to 95% from their primary ethnic region, depending on how mixed their family history is. Examples. 1. A native Yoruba Nigerian might show 85 to 95% Nigerian Yoruba, 3 to 5% other West African, e.g. Benin, Togo, Ghana, 0 to 5% other regions, like North Africa or traces of European due to colonial contact. 2. A Ghanaian Akan might show 80 to 90% Ghana, 5 to 10% Nigeria, 5% other West Africa. 3. An Ethiopian might show just 90% Ethiopia, Eritrea, 5 to 10% East African or Horn of Africa, e.g. Somali, Sudanese. Occasionally some Middle Eastern ancestry, due to ancient migration patterns. So native Africans have more concentrated ancestry because they come from less admixed populations. Their recent ancestors have stayed within the same geographic and ethnic regions for centuries. Summary table. Group, African region percent, specific ethnicity percent, European, other admixture, other admixed, Yoruba and African American, 70 to 80%, small percent across 5 to 10 groups, 20 to 30% European Native American, Yoruba Nigerian, 85 to 95%, 80 to 90% Yoruba 5%, Ghanaian Akan, 80 to 90%, 75 to 85% Akan U, 5 to 10%, Ethiopian, 85 to 95%, 85 to 90 Cushitic, 5 to 10% Middle Eastern. Nash conclusion. Black Americans show lower percentages of individual African ethnicities due to centuries of intermixing across tribes and with non-African groups, plus the random nature of genetic inheritance. Native-born Africans generally show very high percentages, 80 to 95%, from their own ethnic group and region because they come from more genetically homogeneous backgrounds. Would you like a visual DNA chart comparison?
Okay, so let's go back at the chart, right? Here's the tethers problem here. Okay, you see, this person right here, he's 85 to 95% Yoruba, Nigerian. He's not 85 to 95% African. It's Ghanaian, 80 to 90%. Ethiopian. So let me save you out of time. Most people in Africa are 85 to 95% of what they are. They are a little percentage of something else in Africa. When you say we're African, we like, well, what does that mean? That must mean small percentages of different African countries. So if we're African based on that, chat, then that means they are not, because they are pretty much pure Yoruba. They're pretty much pure Ghanaian. They're pretty much pure Zimbabwean, Ethiopian, whatever else. They are just that. We would be the only quote unquote African who's part of a bunch of different African countries, which in my mind would make us a different type of quote unquote African than them. So even based on that, we're still different. Okay. While that Yoruba guy is 85, 95% Yoruba, we're 10%. While that Ghanaian, Akan is 89%, we're 10% of that. So we're a low percentage of everything they are. Give me 1 second. Fun garbage. Get one more. That's those badass kids next door. All right. Anyway, so listen to it. Listen to what I'm saying. We are 10, 50% Yoruba. So when they say we're African, the question is, it depends who's asking the question. So when they ask you, are you African? You got to ask them what they are. So if they say I'm Nigerian or Yoruba, we need to say, are you asking me if I'm Nigerian? And watch how they humble and mumble and mumble and scuffle. It's like, dude, like, okay, let's be more specific, bro. Ask me what country in Africa where I'm from. They'll never ask that question. These tethers will just ask you generically, are you African? This little badass kid. I'm trying to be nice to the little bad kids, man. Oh, God. Okay. So anyway, these tethers will never ask you specifically, what country are you from? They will play the word salad game, just ask you what, just generically. Like again, we're like Tariq Nasheed said, we are the default generic Africans, and we are the default generic black man, right? Everybody got a specific destination where they're pretty much 100% that, except for us. Okay. Some of us, like Yvette Carnett, Yvette Carnell, she's like 30 something percent Irish. Okay. That means that she got more Irish in her than she got any percentage of her than any single African country. And that's how a lot of us are in America. We'll have more German, more Italian, more, who knows, French in us than any one specific country in Africa. But somehow we're 10% Yoruba, we're 10% Canadian, we're 10% Ethiopian, we're 10% Zimbabwean, we're 10% this, 10% that, but somehow we're African. But we're like 30% Irish. It's like, okay. Now, all these folks, look at them. None of these folks, which one of these folks are mixed with white folks? We see Yoruba, Ghanaian, and Ethiopian. They're just 5% Middle Eastern. None of these so-called Africans are mixed with white people. Again, make us more distinctive. We are the only quote unquote African, whatever that is, that have a large part of European in us and Native Americans. So that's why when they say you're African, and if we choose to say no, we're like really not wrong. It's like, yo, what is an African? Don't an African come from a country in Africa? Okay, so what country do I come from? You can't just eeny, meeny, miny, mo, because whatever country you name, we're 10%. So if I go to Nigeria and I'm 10% and he's 90%, who's really Nigerian? will the real Nigerian stand up? If I go to Ghana, I'm 10% Ghana, he's 90%. Okay, put good lay down. So will the real Ghanaians stand up? So we're not none of them completely. Like we're at small percentages of different countries in Africa, but we're not a large percentage of any one of them. Okay. All right, let me send these boys on the way. They keep knocking shit. It's disrespectful. Their mom like 19 years old. She got like 3 fucking kids. I'm like, yes, yeah, we coming out later. Okay, later. Bye. Oh my god, just send their kids out in the streets to play and don't even give a damn where they go. Anyway, yeah. So that's what they're mad at. They're mad we're not falling for that. Like, yeah, we're African while nobody else is African. The Yoruba guy, he's not African, he's Yoruba. The Ghanaian guy, he's not African, he's a Khan. The Ethiopian, he's not African, he's Ethiopian. Okay, and everybody else ain't African. They are where their country's at, right? They're that particular tribe. But we're the generic African. No sir, no sir. We're FBA. We're Adolf. We're Freedmen. Y'all from the diaspora. Y'all can be pretendians if you want to be. And again, Kwame in the chat. I asked you an American Dreamer question. Is your country called Africa or Jamaica? Okay, so these other tethers that want to call us African, it's really a slur. Like they're using African as a slur. Like no different than the white man because they're team white supremacy. It's like, dude, if you're African like us, then what? Why is your country not called Africa? Why the name Africa is not in your country? Why are you only known as a Jamaican? And what is that? Who named your country Jamaica? Let's find out right now. Because we know Haiti's name. Okay, so let's do a search on the fly. It's called Santa de Domingo, Haiti. But I want it on the fly. What was, you know what, let me do this. What was Haiti? What else? That's it. I don't care about it. What was Haiti? So let's find out their real names, because I'm gonna call them by their real names. I'm not calling them by these new names like Jamaica. Remember, new to them is bad. FBA is new, so that's bad, right? So we're gonna call you by your real names. All right. Let's find out. Great question. The names Haiti, Jamaica, Trinidad all have indigenous origins, but were later renamed, claimed by recorded by European colonizers during the age of exploration. Here's a breakdown of each country's original name, who named it, and how it evolved. Okay, so Haiti, the island was originally called that, whatever that shit is. Matter of fact, let me just press the thing so you can read it. Let the guy do his job and just read it.
Great question. The names Haiti, Jamaica, and Trinidad all have indigenous origins, but were later renamed, claimed, and recorded by European colonizers during the Age of Exploration. Here's a breakdown of each country's original name, who named it, and how it evolved. Haiti. Original name. The island was originally called Haiti, or Quisqueya and Bohio, depending on the region, and Taino dialects. Meaning, Haiti means land of high mountains in the Taino language, Arawakan origin. Who named it Hispaniola? In 1492, Christopher Columbus arrived and claimed the island for Spain, renaming it La Isla Española, which became Hispaniola in Latin.
Mm-hmm.
The island is shared today by Haiti West and the Dominican Republic
Hispaniola.
East. How it became Haiti. After the Haitian Revolution in 1804, Jean-Jacques Dessalines restored the indigenous name Haiti, stylized as Haiti, to honor the island's original people and reject colonial naming.
Y'all Hispaniola. We don't want no new
Jamaica,
names.
original name called Zaymaka,
Okay.
pronounced Hamaka or Shamaka.
From now on, they
Arawak people.
Zaymakans.
Meaning, Zaymaka means land of wood and water.
We don't want
or
no new
land
names.
of springs. Who named it Jamaica? Christopher Columbus
Right, a
arrived
white
in
man.
1494 and claimed it for Spain.
Right.
The Spanish kept the name, but Hispanicized the pronunciation to
A white
Jamaica.
man named John.
The British later conquered Jamaica in 1655, retaining the Spanish spelling and pronunciation. Trinidad and Tobago. Original name, the island was called Iere, or Kyrie, by the Kalinago Carib, or Arawak peoples. Meaning, Iere, or Kyrie, meant land of the hummingbird, or island, in the native languages. Who named it Trinidad?
A white man.
Christopher Columbus named it La Isla de la Trinidad, Island of the Holy Trinity, in 1498 during his third voyage.
We name ourselves. They're
after
pissed
seeing
off,
three
but the
mountain
white
peaks,
man names them,
or
and
in
they're
honor
all
of
like,
the Christian
"Yeah, that's a
concept
great
of the
name.
Trinity.
A good name is better than gold."
What about Tobago? Tobago was likely derived from the word tobacco,
Are you
a
serious?
Taino word for the tobacco pipe, or possibly
Tobacco.
the plant itself. It had several colonial
That's
rulers,
crazy.
Dutch, Spanish, French, and British, before eventually being paired with Trinidad under British rule in 1889. Now, summary table, country, indigenous name, meaning European
Haiti
name,
is
and who
Hispaniola.
gave it.
Okay, so I'm not buying the new
Haiti.
names.
Haiti, Quisqueya, land of high mountains, Hispaniola, named by Columbus, Spain. Jamaica, Zaymaka, land of wood and water. Jamaica, Spanish adaptation, Ira Kyrie, land of the hummingbird. La Trinidad, named by Columbus. Tobago, possibly tobacco, refers to tobacco plant, pipe, name derived from indigenous.
All right, we're good. Okay, so now you see that these folks got new names by the white man. Like they don't want to be called the original native names. These guys are fine with Jamaican, but guess what? What you don't see is African, right? You don't see African there. You see a whole bunch of splaining. No African. So don't you come over here telling us something. When your country, when you guys are Zamakans, okay? Let me put this name in the chat. This is what you guys are. You guys are Zamakans. But want to come tell us we can't be called by something that we came up with ourselves. Turtle Island. Yeah, Kwame just be lying. He already proved to be a dummy many times over talking with me. Nah, they ain't got no soul. They ain't got no soul. They ain't got no they ain't got no SOUL. What they got is, or what they need is SOLE, right? Because they be running. They need more SOLE on those New Balances to help them keep running. We got SOUL, they got SOLE. They do got soul, Moon Eyes, but it's spelled SOLE. Charlie. He's the Columbus of Chicago. Yeah, so no, we're gonna call y'all by y'all original names, all right? Hispaniola and Zamakans. Dude, they proud of a white man calling them Jamaicans. Now the indigenous, now you know what? I'm gonna call y'all Jamaican. I'm gonna call y'all what the white man called you. We don't like that. We don't want to be called what. Look at the Nigerians. The white man called them Nigerians. So they're mad at us because we don't want to be called or be renamed by the white man, right? We really practice self-empowerment. You guys just cosplay it. You take all these white man terminologies and you run with it like it was given by God or God's prophet. We don't rock like that. We know a good name is better than gold, and we value self-identification, right? You guys talk self-determination, but you don't want to self-identify, which is hypocrisy. So there you have it, man. Hey, man, I got some other stuff that I might play later, but I've been doing research all day. That's why I say, man. Uh, yeah, I don't trust Kwame research. He proven to be wrong. Like, listen, this guy gave me the names of these early so-called Pan-Africanists, but what he failed to tell me, what he failed to disclose, that these early Pan-Africanists, most of them rejected the idea and became Pan-Americanists. Okay, but damn near all of them came back to the United States. And also, what he did not disclose, because he didn't know, it's poor research. What he did not disclose is that the earliest Pan-Africanist movement, large scale, was an idea by white supremacists. Okay, let's get into that. Let's get into who gave us the idea of Pan-Africanists. As a matter of fact, they not only gave us the idea, but they set the stage for it to happen. Because in order for somebody to want to leave, you gotta deprive them of resources and other things like rights. Okay. So the reason why the Dred Scott case failed, it flopped. Let me tell you. Because Dred Scott, even though he was free, he was not yet a citizen of the United States. So he had no real status. Okay. So therefore, if you don't have a real status, if you're not a citizen, right, you're not protected by the laws. The Constitution only backs citizens. So that case study was an eye opener for FBAs. So people like Frederick Douglass, people like Richard Allen start to say, you know what? People like Martin Robinson Delaney, Alexander Crummell, who else? Paul Cuffey, they start to say, you know what? We need that citizenship. Screw this Pan-Africanist bullshit, because we're leaving America to go to a white colony in Liberia. Liberia was purchased by white supremacists, American white supremacists. Okay, so people like Paul Cuffey and Frederick Douglass Frederick Douglass called it out ASAP. He said, yo, that is a fraud. He said, that is a white supremacist trap. And Frederick Douglass and Paul Cuff had warned other FBAs not to fall for the back to Liberian scam. So when Marcus Garvey comes 100 years later and do the back to Liberia scam, guess who he met up with to get this idea back to fruition? He met up with the modern ACS. The ACS of old was called the American Colonization Society, a bunch of white supremacists that funded Black Americans to go, free Black Americans to go to Liberia, because they didn't want these free Black Americans to inspire the enslaved Black Americans to rebel, and they didn't want them to compete for labor, right? Because they were heavily skilled, right? We were the labor force, so we were heavily skilled. Of course, we're going to be more desirable to hire than a damn white supremacist coming from the UK, right? So they said, hey, man, let's get these folks to Liberia where the competition is no longer here. So what they did was they lied like Dr. Umar Johnson, they lied like Marcus Garvey, and they painted this Wakanda picture in Liberia. Oh, yeah, the grass is greener. Oh, my God, the water, it comes from the sky, right? It goes into a well. It's spring water. It cleans itself. Listen, man, there's vibranium over there, right? So they painted this luxurious illustration of how beautiful Liberia was to get them out the country. When they went over there, they came right back. They said, oh, hell no. So Marcus Garvey had that same fictitious painting, right? That illustration. So does Umar right now. Umar Johnson has the same false illustration of this great school, for this great university for Black boys, So what they all have in common, they all have a big project that can never be true. It's too big to be true. So Liberia's going to fit all these millions of FBAs. Like, stop. And they were forced to go, by the way, right? So it wasn't like they had a choice. It was like, hey, man, and it was only for free FBAs. The Liberian repatriation was not for enslaved. It was not for the enslaved. It was for free. So they didn't want free Black people in this country fighting for civil rights because, again, they knew they had no status. So the next thing to do was, hey, let's fight for citizenship. So they got them out the country, these white supremacists. And once the Civil War was looming, they got wind of that and they came back and fought with the North for their citizenship. 1860, was it 5-4 all the way to 1868? Okay, so do not let these dogs lie to you. How do these dogs lie to you? Pan-Africanism was a white supremacist ideology in large. In large. And they got to deal with that, right? So I want these Pan-Africanists to pull up. You see, Kwame did horrible. American Dream, no, not to call up and talk about that. Right? They're not interested in a real honest conversation. They're interested in just word salad and tether babble. Tether babble. Peace. First, hey, Kwame, I don't even know why you're even talking about this stuff, man. Talk about what's going on in Jamaica. Hey, Kwame, can you give us links in Jamaica? What's great in Jamaica? And matter of fact, let's go over what. Okay, watch this. I got something for Kwame. It's all this tether talk. You know, they got TED Talks, right? Well, we got tether talks. All right, give me a second. So let me give you a little something. This is for Kwame and the other tethers out there. I got something for you.
Education.
I got something for you. Here we go.
Related terms: brain drain, the emigration of highly educated or skilled people from one country to another.
So brain drain is let me share my screen. Again, this is all advanced research I did already. Okay. So brain drain is the immigration of highly educated or skilled people from one country to another. So when these tethers come over here and brag about how smart they are, they're like, yeah, well, what we could say is, yeah, you're very smart. But guess who's dumb now? Your homeland. Because the smartest came over here and left the dumbest over there, which is why it's no surprise that your government is shitty. We left a bunch of rejects to run government and be in political positions, right? Because the smart ones are over here making our country great, like yours fell.
Nigeria loses doctors, engineers, professors, etc. to countries like the US, UK, and Canada.
So you see that? Nigeria loses. So there's no benefit for Nigeria to send their best over here. There's no benefit for Jamaica to send their best over here. There's no benefit for other countries to send their best over here. It's only a benefit for America, the red, white, and blue. All right?
Problem: this depletes Nigeria's talent pool and weakens development.
You heard that? The problem is it depletes Nigeria's talent pool and weakens their development. Not just Nigeria, all these countries that send their best over here. It strengthens our talent pool and it weakens their own. And this is why their countries, they are rumored to eat certain things. You dig? That's inhumane.
Brain gain. The receiving country, e.g., US, benefits by getting highly educated workers without having to train them.
You heard that? So the US don't have to spend money and resources training these folks up. Okay, so they get a gift. They get a gift. All right. It says the receiving country, and the only example was the US, not UK or Canada.
US hospitals, universities, and tech companies love this. Cheap, skilled labor.
You heard that? Cheap, skilled labor. So y'all come over here running your damn mouth, but you're being underpaid severely. But you're bringing the same skill set as a qualified white man.
Brain waste happens when skilled immigrants can't use their credentials in the new country.
So this is for Kwame. Kwame, remember yesterday we talked about Jamaicans coming over here and what they did for work, and what you read was restaurants and nurses. Bro, for the most part, that's a brain waste. Because you said doctors, bro, and we didn't read doctors. We didn't read Jamaican doctors. But you're probably right. Some of them were doctors, but the problem is when they came over here, they did not get employed in that field, in the medical field. They became Uber drivers, and that's called a brain waste. They can't use their credentials in this new country because we don't respect who trained them to be a surgeon, to do BBLs.
A Nigerian doctor might drive Uber in New York because their medical degree isn't recognized.
So you thought I was lying? Or I wasn't trolling. That's in the research. So a Nigerian doctor might drive Uber in New York. She said Uber. So when Tariq says Postmates and say all these things, you guys think he's clowning. You guys think he's trolling. You guys think he's lying. This is in the research. The example was a Nigerian doctor might just come over here and just drive Ubers and be a taxi cab driver because a medical degree over here ain't worth a damn.
Leads to underemployment, mental stress, and economic waste.
Economic waste. Wow.
Additional.
Okay, so that was it on that. All right. But anyway, that's what I mean by the research. Listen, chat, like, listen, that's why I say, man, this stuff is expensive. So, $2 cash app here, $3 there. It'll add up and pay for this stuff. And if y'all notice that my YouTube is premium, I don't have commercials on unbiased Ron. Because I got hella YouTube channels. So sometimes I might make a mistake and go live from a different channel and it will be commercials. But unbiased Ron, there's never commercial. Because I have premium. So all this should add up. It's like some crazy amount of money. All right. That's why I appreciate when folks help out. Percy Miracles, what's up, man? Son, half, Nat in the building. Then not qualified to work, then to have to do. Hey, Kwame, bro, what you cannot do is give coherent sentences. You fail to do it verbally on the call, and you can't not do it in the chat, bro. What does that even mean? Nah, I'm not scared of you, American Dream. It's just that we talked before. It really didn't go anywhere. Like we really just talked in circles. You were in denial of reality. So it's like, bro, I'm not trying to convince one tether about, what history says and what we experience. It's like, dude, it's at some point it just in circles. And I concluded that with Kwame. Yesterday with Kwame, he'll ask a question that was like rhetorical, really, but he'll present it like a real question. I will answer it, and he'll ask another question without even a rebuttal, without acknowledgement what I said. He didn't even give a damn what I said. He just had the next question ready. So I'm like, bro, what are we even conversing for? Like this ain't an honest dialogue, bro. You just ready to give me the next question, the next gotcha question, and you're hoping one of these gotcha questions stick like spitballs. It's like, dude, like. You're not even like trying to learn and say, oh, that's interesting. Hey, man, good point. But how about this? Like he just like, I would give a great answer or I would give a great rebuttal, and he would just flat out ignore it. He wouldn't respond, and he'll go to the very next tether talking point. So American Dream, that's called tether babbling, bro. Like, listen, tell me in the chat right now. I don't want no surprises. I don't want no. Tell me in the chat, what would you like to talk about? So then I'll decide if I send a link. Tell me in the chat right now, what would you like to talk about? So I can see if it's worth my day today. This is Thursday. This is Good Thursday. This is Tether Thursday. This is Tether Thursday, but it's a good Thursday. It's Tether Thursday, but it's a good Thursday. Bro, what would you like to talk about before I send a link? I don't want to send a link and we talk about random goofy shit. What would you like to talk about before I send the link? How about that? Make your motives clear. You dig? I'm so scared, but show us how fearful you are. Show us how fearless you are. I apologize. Show us how fearless, how fearful you are. Show us your talking point. What do you want to talk about? Put it in the chat because you're the fearless guy. So what would you like to talk about? Put that in the chat. Yeah, he have monologues. My man don't come to like exchange ideas and see where we can like come to a common ground or agree to disagree. It's just random talk. The same thing what American Dream did. Oh man, I reject any self-identifying term. He just made up shit. FBA is a lie, dumbass. Uh Freedmen sounds like y'all scared. Like this is opinions. Like, dude, that's your opinion. But he's establishing his opinion like it's a fact. Hey, dude, that's how you feel because you're a tether. Like, we get it. But you are Jamaican though, right? Yeah, Christopher Cummins named you spot on, right? You got a perfect name. Okay, hey, bro. You see, I mean, but we already went over brain drain. It's not. Matter of fact, you know what? Okay, let's talk about brain drain. Let me send this guy the link. I'm gonna send you the phone number. I'm not gonna send the link. I'm gonna send the phone number because at least if it's the phone number, if I kick you off, you can always call right back. But if it's the computer, the reason why I don't like computer links because if I got to kick you off, you can't come back on until it's the next Zoom live basically. But so here, let me give you the phone. Let's talk about brain drain. And bro, and there's rules here. When I say stop, you stop. The same thing I gotta do when I go to other people's podcasts. When they say stop, I stop. I'm like, I live by example. If you guys follow me on other podcasts, like they be rude, they be cutting me off. I can't finish a sentence, but I'm like the most respectful person when I'm on somebody else's podcast. And I just expect the same thing when they come over here. Say, all right, well, when I say shut up, you shut up. Here you go. Here's the phone number, bro. Let's talk about brain gain and brain drain and brain waste. You're not going to lead the conversation. I am going to lead it. And you could fit in when you get it in from there. Because we're going to focus on Jamaica. Like a lot of these tethers like to keep it to America, like Chaotic Truth and Marlon, what's his name? Myron Gaines. He don't want to talk about Sudan. He want to talk about America. No, we're going to talk about Jamaica today, my boy. We're going to talk about Jamaica. So click the link, American Dream. No link. Just call in. There's no link. I like it to be a call-in show, not a link show. Because a link gives the impression you're a co-host, right? And this is why you guys feel entitled. But the phone number, it reminds you that you're a call-in guest. You're not a co-host. So call in, no link. So now he said I was scared. Everybody, he said I was scared. He got the call-in number. Call in. No link. And by the way, the chat knows I normally give the phone number more than the link. But this ain't a revise or I'm doing something just for you. How you think Kwame got in? He called in. How you think Jay got in? They called in, bro. Everybody called in. Give me a second to roll up my window. Hold on a second. All right, I'm back. I'm back. Did he call in yet? Did he call in, chat? Oh, he ain't call in. Okay. But I'm scared. Why you ain't call in? Exactly. All right, so let's go over the, let me see what I got here. Let's go over the ACS. Okay. Let me see. What do I want to? Give me a second. I'm wording this correctly. I got something for you. Okay. Let's see. Proposed from those who able to exercise whoops. Self-determination and other Pan-Africanist ideologies successful in Liberia. This is an important question. Did the ACS purposely empower the new migrants, the new freed freed blacks over the native and indigenous people of Liberia? And one
Hey,
more
peace,
question.
Ron. Can you hear me?
Yeah, hold on one second. I'm just typing this up real fast. So who is this? This American Dream?
Yes, sir.
All right. You want to talk about brain drain?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask you a question if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
When the when Southern blacks move from the South up to the North, does that cause a brain drain on the South?
Okay. So you mean states like Alabama?
Yes, wherever they leave. If they leave Alabama
Okay.
to come to New York, is that a brain drain on Alabama?
Sure.
Okay.
Do you know? Okay. No,
So I
wait,
mean, why
wait,
why
wait,
don't
hold
y'all
on, hold on.
why do
Oh,
they?
wait. Hold on. It's my turn now. Okay, it's tit for
I'm
tat.
holding. I'm
Okay,
holding.
it's tit for tat. Where did 70% of Alabama's labor force wealth come from?
I don't know that much about Alabama.
Yeah, you're not ready for me, my boy. Uh, their wealth came from forced labor and cheap labor. So when you say a brain drain, bro, they're rightfully losing the free labor force. Alabama was largely responsible for you know what convict leasing is?
Yes, I'm familiar with it.
Okay, explain what that is real quick, real quick. What is convict
Convict
leasing?
leasing. I think they
Yeah.
lease out prisoners as free labor. As you know, they lease out prisoners to go and be
How
like
did they get these
slaves, if you
prisoners?
will.
I got you. How did they get these prisoners? Do you know the operation? The
How
systemic
do they get
operation?
prisoners?
Yeah.
How do they get prisoners?
Yeah.
They
No, no,
arrest
no, no,
people.
no, no. Right. I got it. I got it. And what would be some of the main reasons why they arrest?
Why they arrest people?
Yeah.
You talking about back in the days?
Brother, we're talking about the brain drain you're talking about. The same time
I'm
frame.
talking about, but that brain drain is happening
Okay, hold
now,
on.
like today.
Wait, no.
I don't know
Oh,
why
wait,
you're bringing
wait.
in convict leasing, because if
Okay.
someone leaves Alabama today,
Hey, bro,
why isn't
bro,
it brain drain on Alabama?
bro, you first of all, you never gave a specific time frame. I did. See, the thing with you
Okay,
tethers
so
is
I'm talking about
hold on,
today.
hold
I'm
on,
talking
hey,
about
bro,
today,
hey,
because you were
uh,
talking about today.
okay, hold on. Okay, I gotta mute you. Okay. I was? Bro, when I said brain drain, I'm talking about the history of Jamaica. All right, so let me unmute you. Let me unmute you. Okay. You want to have this conversation? Cool. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. And stop talking over me, because I don't want to mute you. So stop talking over me. All right, are you there? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. So now watch this. You're from Jamaica, right?
Yes.
You ever heard of the ship, the Windrush ship?
No, I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. So do you know Jamaican history or no?
I used to, and I'm not that strong on my Jamaican history anymore.
All right. Well, let me help you out.
We don't
Okay.
need to go into history. I don't think.
No.
I'm talking about,
Hey, bro,
can I
don't
speak
tell
first?
me.
Can I
Hey,
speak
bro,
first?
no. You said what you said, and
Okay.
you.
Do your
Okay.
thing.
Okay. So I'm trying to explain the brain drain, bro. We're talking about brain drain. All right. It's when it started. It ain't about today's time. I never gave it time restrictions. Why are you? We're talking about brain drain, the definition. So if you want to use a
No, I thought you were
modern,
talking about. I thought you were talking to Tethers today. I thought that's who you were talking to.
hey,
I mean, but but if you weren't, but if you're not talking about brain drain in Jamaica today by people like me leaving Jamaica, I thought that's what you were talking about. I didn't
why
know.
would
Hi,
it?
how are you?
Why would there be a brain drain today? There's a bunch of degenerates there. Ain't nobody over Jamaica worth a damn to come over today.
You
Now we're
just
talking
said this.
about,
You just said it's the smartest Jamaicans that are leaving. Isn't that what you
brother.
said?
It's
America's
over.
taking the
Yeah.
smartest one. I thought that's what you said.
No. Stop. That period is over.
It
That's
is.
why that's why I brought you back to the Windrush period. Okay, see, you're cutting in and you don't know where it's going, and you're just like insecure. Okay, you're talking about I'm the fearful one. You called in. We're here in front of
So
everybody. Okay, so hold
so you
on.
don't think so? America isn't bringing in skilled immigrants anymore from the Caribbean? They
Bruh,
stopped doing that.
it's a bunch of degenerates over there. That's what I'm getting to. So that's what
A bunch
okay,
of degenerates where?
right. Jamaica.
Okay.
All right. So as you keep cutting in, so real quick, the Jamaican government, is it corrupt, like crazy corrupt, or no?
It's as corrupt as any other government.
No, it's not. You had an actual drug dealer in the pocket of your president. Like this is a documented fact, right? No, it's not. No, there's no documented fact of a drug lord in the pocket of Trump, Bill Clinton, or any former president you in recent history. No, it's not, bro. It's not the same. You had a
I mean,
current drug.
do you think corruption only comes in the form of a drug dealer in your pocket? Is that
Hey,
the only
brother,
form? If
listen.
that's not the corruption, there's no
Uh,
corruption.
no. Yeah, okay. You
I
agree to.
mean,
Okay, look, you asked the question. Shut up. That's what I'm trying to say. You asked the
yes,
question. I
sir.
go to
Yes,
answer. You're
sir.
talking over me. All right. So
Yes, Dad.
before we do that, let's go back to Windrush. we're going to talk about Jamaica for a little bit and bring it back up to today. Okay, so Windrush was a ship that went to the West Indies, right? It went to the Caribbean to bring you freeloaders over to the UK to help restore the UK because they were fighting in World War II. I believe that was in 1952. Okay, somewhere around there, 1950, 1952. So y'all came over there and y'all helped restore the country. Y'all kept it balanced. Y'all kept it prosperous, right?
We must have been skilled. We had to have been skilled to do that, right?
Y'all were desperate. I know that.
We couldn't have been degenerates. Are you saying degenerates went over there and fixed up England? Even our degenerates seem good. I'm sorry, I don't want to cut in. Go ahead.
Nah, it's all good. So anyway, this is inevitable history. You can't stop this right here. All right. So once the British,
I'll take that history. Okay. Jamaicans built up. We should call
I'm not
ourselves foundational Black Englishmen then. Jamaicans are foundational to England. Thank you for the history lesson.
Okay. So now, when you guys, so when the British was done with World War II and it's over, right? They came back, and you know what they did for you guys? To thank you guys for all your help, for your foundational work. You know what they did for you guys? You know, they wrote a restriction, Immigration Restrictive Act, to say you can't come there anymore. Like they just wanted the top of the top of the top of the best Jamaicans, no longer. Now, by the way, to answer your question, those folks on the ship, they were just laborers, bro. It was Jamaicans who was willing to come and help the UK out. Now, by the way,
you said they fixed up the place. Now you're saying they're just laborers.
Okay, so you see this tether? He wants the phone number. I said, bro. Now he don't know about the history, but he want to talk over me as I try to bring the history. And then he just, okay. So chat. So people like Donnie was around when I first brought this to the public. Okay. So there's actual video that I got. There's actually videos, chat, that they were asking the Jamaicans who made it over there, what skills do they have? Out of their own Jamaican mouth, they said they had no damn skill. They're looking for a job in the UK. All right. So a lot of them didn't come with a skill. So obviously the UK was willing to train them up on whatever they wanted them to do. Okay. So there's actual video of a white man asking them, what do you have? What are you coming with? And they said nothing but a dream. All right. An American dream like yourself. But in this time, a British dream. So no, it's not going to work, bro. The talking over me thing ain't going to work. You're going to get this history lesson, this history ass whipping. So now, the way the British government thanked the Jamaicans for help restoring and keeping British afloat, they signed off a immigration act that literally targeted the West Indians from coming over. So at that point, they only wanted the top of the top of the top, the doctors, the techs, the engineers. They no longer would allow the labor force that came in that ship over there anymore. That's how they rewarded you guys.
Can I unmute?
Yeah, but I'm still talking. So that was 1962, actually. I remember. So that was 1962. The Immigration Act was 1962, Restrictive Act. Okay. So now you guys were pretty much banned from Jamaica. I mean, from the UK. They just wanted the top, the elite. Okay.
When did they unban us?
So around that time, let me meet you again. Cutting in. I gotta finish this. Okay. So, because he don't know his own history, right? So that's embarrassing. It's really embarrassing. So this guy, he don't know American history. He don't know Jamaican history. Like, dude, what do you know? How do you add to this conversation? Anyway, and right now I'm off the top of the head because I do real study. So that was 1962. They were being sent back to Jamaica and they were crying like cowards. Let me play a video, right? Let me play a video of them crying like cowards that they got to come back to Jamaica to make a living for themselves. They got to rebuild their own country. You know what's funny? They always try to gloat about building up somebody else's country. American dream. Why don't you gloat how you built your own country up? You got beaches you guys don't have access to, man. In your own country. Okay, so now let me go ahead.
Was that a question or no?
No. You're gonna listen. You're gonna listen for a
Dang
second.
it. All right,
All
buddy.
right. Yeah, because you don't know the history. If you did, I could just jump to the end. But since you don't know it, I mean, you just never gonna know it. Are you open to knowing a little bit about
I just want to know when we became unbanned, because you know I know a lot of.
Okay, let me meet you again. I'll tell you. And you don't know a lot. You don't know a lot. You don't know a lot. I'm gonna tell you where you went. Okay, so you could keep cutting in, but I'm gonna tell you where you end up going. And it wasn't the UK in large numbers. I'm gonna tell you where you end up going. All right. After that, again, I gave you guys a time reference. I said 1962. That when the cutoff started. All right. So let me go into my clip. Oh, I don't know. This is in which God. Y'all know what video I'm gonna play. This is the coon shit that they do in Jamaica that we know nothing about over in her FBA land. All right. So let me just find which playlist I put it in. This is embarrassing. I don't know why I didn't make a clip out of it. I just saved the whole thing. But I think I actually could just. I think I actually
Can I
just could
say something
YouTube
while
it.
you search?
No. I'm still
Stay
looking. No, I
muted.
don't
I'm
want
a
you.
mute. I'm a mute out.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what tethers do. They call in, try to, change the direction of what we're doing over here. No, bro. And I let Stu Peas do that a few times, Haskell, and I caught on to what they're doing. I said, okay, nah, no more. All right. Okay.
They're not real tethers though.
Shit. How would you know?
Because I'm the real tether. It's me.
Well, Haskell said he's the ultimate out of his own mouth. He said, I'm the ultimate tether. So I don't know what a real tether is. Yeah.
Okay, I'm not gonna debate him. He's embracing it too. That's what's up.
Yeah.
I hope most tethers I think that's gonna be to y'all detriment when us tethers embrace our tethership.
No, we don't. Why would we care? Y'all smaller
That's
numbers.
gonna be good.
Yes, it will.
Huh?
We'll kick your ass like we would do any other time. You guys on the bottom of the bottom of the bottom in the world, bro.
No, we're not. Not in America. In America, our income in America is higher than yours. So y'all ain't kicking no.
So you hear this tether? We just went over brain gain. We've been over brain gain, brain drain, and Well, I didn't touch on hyperselectivity because I don't let these guys know everything. But this is a fool. We just said their most skilled came over here, brother. That's not how you debate. You don't compare a small skilled immigrant group, small, to a populace of a people. You compare populaces with populaces, you stupid ass. And like I said, you guys on the bottom of the bottom of the bottom. Y'all GDP.
Then why do you compare yourselves with whites? Then why do you compare FBA with whites?
Okay. So let me get rid of you because you want to just keep butting in. All right. You see, oh boy, he's not. Yeah, these guys are not interested in a real dialogue. Like Moon Eye said, just monologues. Or was that Valerie? Just monologues. They just want to talk. He felt bad because he does not know Jamaican history. He doesn't know American history. He said brain drain when we left the South. He never gave a time period. So I'm like, well, in my mind, you're talking about the Great Migration. You dig? But that's what a tether would do. A tether would try to say us relocating, because again, we're a citizen to every state in America, all 50 states, we're a citizen to, right? So that means that we can freely leave Alabama, go to New York, go to Miami, go to California. Okay. And guess what? When we leave, it's up to that state to modernize. Now, Chad, listen to me carefully. I know why the southern states are poor. That tether don't. So a lot of these southern states are poor because they refuse to modernize. They want to stay like country, because they know white people, they like to live off the grid. So there's a lot of reasons why they won't modernize, and that's it. So if you're not keeping up with the Joneses, see ya. And that's why Atlanta and Houston are booming, because these southern states decided to modernize. And as a result, people are flocking to those states. Okay. But it's still within the United States of America, our citizenship. We don't need visas, my boy. We don't need special privilege to go and live in another state like you do when you flee your country. So that's like one of the worst arguments that a tether can do, is compare leaving a whole country. Brother, if I commit a crazy, heinous crime, I would do bars. I would do time behind bars in America. Not your folks. Y'all folks going to El Salvador with El Chapo. Y'all folks are going to El Salvador with El Chapo. So no. So yeah, we ain't gonna do that. So they call in just to talk over you because he's ashamed. He don't know Jamaican history. I was gonna give him an ass kicking and then bring him up to speed while we're here. But I was first pointing out how the British government used them to build up the British Empire, and then once they did their job, they wrote a restrictive and a very aggressive restrictive immigration act. You guys can look it up. It's 1962. All right, where it directed the West Indians above any other immigrants. So that's how they rewarded their labor. So it sounds like to me they were not satisfied with your labor. What's your name? American Dream. They were not satisfied. They didn't want you to come back. If you hire a contractor and the job ain't finished and there's more work to do, and you don't contract them, you probably ain't satisfied, right? So whatever work y'all did over there, it doesn't seem like they were satisfied because they wrote that bill to limit y'all from coming to the country. All right. So let's go further. That was 1962, right? They got their independence later that year. So Jamaica went for independence later that year, right? So now, hip hop hooray! Oh, hey, they got their independence. They happy, right? You know, they got their own Star Spangled Banner playing in the background with all the celebration, right? What's their slogan? One man, something, something, and all bullshit. Chat. Do you know 3 years later, after they got their independence, you would think they'll be happy and want to build up Jamaica? 3 years later, they was fleeing to America and Canada because we opened our borders, as you're familiar with the 1965 Immigration Act in America, and Canada opened up their borders as well. So these guys had 3 years of independence before they fled Jamaica. So they were never interested in trying to build up Jamaica. Remember when the British said, "Hey, come build up British," the British Empire. We had war. They fled over there, like in the thousands, in the hundreds of thousands. So any reason they get to leave Jamaica, they do it. They don't want to. And you heard the young brother earlier say, "Hey, man, I'm American. The hell with Jamaica." So look, I know for a fact that most Jamaicans, they discarded Jamaica. They don't plan on going back. They don't care if that country is nuked. They don't care if that country is invaded. They don't care if that country become a territory of China, Russia. They don't give a damn. They left that country. And wherever they are, that's their homeland to them. If they're over here, they're American. If they're in Canada, they're Canadian. And if they're in the UK, they are British. They abandoned their country. And that's why he doesn't have no Jamaican pride. My man don't even know his simple history in Jamaica. This is simple stuff. I didn't give him no deep research. I gave him simple. The Windrush, that was a popular ship. That made big news. There are all type of articles in the world going over that. I didn't hit him with something deep. He talked about brain drain, and he said southern states. I said like Alabama. He said yes. Trick bag. I got him. Okay, Alabama. You do know they were illegally forcing FBAs to work for cheap labor, right? Okay, so the whole economy was based on illegal forced labor. So there's no brain drain, sir. They should have never had an economy based on cheap labor. Dumbass. That's most southern states. Boy, these guys be light. These guys be light. NPZ, you want to call in? I don't know what your aim is. You might be FBA, you might not be. I don't know, but maybe you could do better than American Dream. All right. So now, let me find that video I was looking for of the Jamaican guy. So I could give y'all a.
Which is funny how almost every foreigner has something to say badly about African Americans, even.
I think is this right. Oh yeah, I got it. I found it. Listen, this is American Dream right here. This is American Dream. Look at this guy right here. I found the video. Okay, here we go. I found the video. This is American Dream. This is most Jamaicans. They got no plans on going back. They have no Jamaican pride at all. Zero. Listen to this.
Country he only has grainy memories of.
I've been with my partner about 14 years. I've been with my partner. We have 2 kids back in the UK.
Look, he said partner. He didn't say wife because they got all those jackets over there. So this is American Dream.
Years. My partner about.
You heard him? His partner.
14 years. I've been with my partner. We have 2 kids back in the UK. I've got my dad who lives in the UK. And I'm just here.
Okay, you heard he said, so he got this. So the UK is his, so you got the American dream, right? They dream about America. Well, this guy got UK dreams, right? He's a UK dreamer. And he talked about his kids is back in the UK, his baggage is back in the UK, all his worldly possessions, they're all back in the UK. And look what he said about Jamaica. And I'm just here. like they see Jamaica as a hell hole. Listen to him again. The UK, his eyes were shining. When he said Jamaica, his eyes got dark as hell. They see Jamaica as a hellhole. Look.
Dad lives in the UK, and I'm just here.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
I feel British.
That Jamaican pride went out the door. I should have asked American Dream. Do you feel American or Jamaican? Yeah, they said, do you feel Jamaican or British? My boy said, I feel British. Yo, they are so fast to disown and discard their nationality. And that's why they got a problem with us that's so proud of our nationality. They try to make us like them.
Just here.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
I feel British. I was there from a child. I went to school there. I went to college there. I spent my whole life there. Even my clothes, I have no clothes. I came here with.
Hey, yo, look, yo, this white man, like, Negro, if you don't stop, bro. Yeah. Yo, this white dude reaction, his expression was everything. He looking like, dude, have you looked in the mirror? Do you believe you look like, yo, that is so disrespectful to not have anything to do with the British infrastructure, anything to do with the British economy, the roads and everything like that, import experts, and to just say you're British. That's how he feel right now. He looking like, dude, are you serious? All the wars we fought, all of the things we had to do and grind from the mud and do inhumane things to have this British Empire, and you were nowhere around. And for you to feel like you're more British than Jamaican, you looking like, dude, are you serious? Like, yo, what kind of brain trauma did you go through? But this is the American dream mindset. Look at these coons.
Feel British. Okay, I've got my dad who lives in the UK, and I'm just here.
Do you feel British or Jamaican?
Feel British. I was there from a child. I went to school there. I went to college there. I spent my whole life there. Even my clothes, I have no clothes. I came here with one little plastic bag with 2 pairs of jeans in it.
All right. So don't you guys want to know what he did to get deported? Don't you guys want to know what he did to get deported? Listen to this.
So everything is still in the UK.
Rayan was convicted of burglary 3 years ago and spent 12 months in prison.
Spiking the crime rate in the UK. Burglary. Like, yo, American Dream, what was so skilled about him that he's robbing people? Let the chat know how skilled this guy was. Let us know how educated he was when he's doing what I was robbing these niggas. What's that Life Jennings song? I was robbing these niggas. Yeah. This dude spent 1 year.
So everything is still in the UK.
Rayan was convicted of burglary 3 years ago and spent 12 months in prison. Since then, he's been fighting his deportation. 2 weeks ago, he was detained, and on Tuesday, his final pleas for mercy fell on deaf ears. The day of the actual deportation, what happened?
That experience was terrible. I was in a room, I was lying down watching the news. The door flew up.
I was watching the news. He's trying to find out anybody. He's trying to find out about that robbery. If the Popo got any leads on watching the news. Yeah, I bet you are watching that news channel. You trying to see if they got a damn wanted poster for yourself.
I was in a room, I was lying down watching the news. The door flew open, about 10 guys there with shields coming to jump on you, to detain you, to take you. I had to say to them, I'm not resisting, I'm not fighting or anything, it's not necessary.
Rayan is registered disabled. He has a bone disease and inflammatory arthritis that causes him severe pain. He says, though, despite numerous requests, he wasn't able to bring his medication.
I told them I didn't have the medication.
Okay, so we all know that trick, right? We all know that trick. You try to leave some valuables there. So when you get taken away from that place, you got an excuse to go back. Dude, the British were not falling for that trick. This mysterious medication. They bring you back there to look for the medication. You're going to jump out the window and haul ass and hide somewhere, bro. Listen, bro, stop it.
Their response, if you didn't have it on you at the time of being detained, then we cannot give it to you. Even if it's life-threatening, we cannot give it to you without...
Right. How are they going to just give you... It actually could be fentanyl. It got to be tested, man. A physician got to confirm what it is, and a physician got to confirm your diagnosis, bro. Come on, like you know better. You know what I mean? That shit probably was a Fenty pack.
Out getting reports from GP on doctors. I thought I was going to have a heart attack. I was panicking so much. My heart started getting pain in my chest. I thought I was going to have a heart attack or something.
It's American dream.
You know, even on the plane, I was crying. My back was killing me in so much pain, I was crying.
Yeah, he did not want to go back to Jamaica, man. Who believes he was excited to go back to the homeland and, you know, experience the great independence of Jamaica?
Right.
Some people will say you committed a crime, the government has every right to deport you.
Right.
I regret what I've done. I hold up my hand and I regret what I've done. I don't think I'm a danger to the public.
And going forward, what are you going to do?
I don't know what I'm going to do because there's nothing around here to do.
So, American Dream, when I said there's nothing there but degenerates, this is example number one, okay? I don't know what I'm going to do. There's nothing around here to do. All right. This is Exhibit a robbing dude. All right. Look who's back in Jamaica and look who's not there. So the educated, the more skilled folks are not there, but look who is there. A robber.
There's no work around here or anything.
Damn. Ain't no work around there, anything. So America Dream, stop your lying. Like you said, you don't know about Jamaica's history and current, present. Okay? I do. And like he said, there's no work around there. So there's nothing to do but some illegal activity. And he'll probably run for some type of position in politics and win because all that's there are the degenerates to run the country. This is why the country is so damn slim shady.
Even finding somewhere to stay, I don't know how long I can stay here. This is not my house, you know. So even all of that is like, where am I gonna go from here?
You're going to fix up your homeland, my boy. So he said everything about, he should have been excited. Like, listen, man, I know what I did, I was wrong. You know, I robbing people for no good reason. There was so much work there. I'm just a lazy Jamaican. What happened to all that hard work? What happened to all that hard work they do? Okay, so now we got a piece of that. We got a peek in of some of that hard work. It takes hard work to rob folks for their hard-earned money. Okay? So let me go ahead and do this. So that's what American Dream didn't want me to bring out. That's why he kept cutting in and cutting off. Like, dude, I see you, man. Yeah, please, if you guys want to call in and join me, please know something about your country. And this is why they always say, we'll say, hey, where you from? They'll say Harlem. Where you from? Miami, Fort Lauderdale, Brooklyn. They will never say their homeland because they gave it up. They don't know much about it. That's why Tariq be cooking them. TBA be cooking them. Like, yo, I know more about your homeland than you. Can you imagine that? They over here knowing more about America than us. And look, not just America, knowing more about Black America than us. And, you know, I'm sure they'll know little things here and there, but we're talking about overall. All right, so this is a good segue for this. Hey, chat. Do me a favor. Why is this chat going so fast? Hold on, let me slow this chat down. Let me slow this chat down. So that Jamaican dude had the American dream mind state. Okay. So I thought I Shot Legacy, peace. Shot Legacy, I take that you're FBA, so let me go ahead and give you a wrench. If you're new here and you're FBA, just make that known so I can give you a wrench. You dig? Now, I gave Kwame and American Dream a wrench, even though they're not FBA, but from my knowledge, they don't troll disrespectfully, so I don't mind. You know what I mean? Because I didn't want people timing them out or blocking them. I wanted them to express what they got to say. Like, you know what I mean? Express yourself. Okay, scammer alert. I'm a just veteran, a comment or. Okay. So Moon Eye says scammer alert. Let me ask. Okay, Robinson says FBA. Okay, I thought so. All right. So look, everybody, do me this favor. Hey, I put a link in the chat. I need everybody who hasn't done this before. That's my backup channel. It's important to click that link and subscribe. So it takes 10 seconds. All right. So everybody click that link. That's the backup channel. It's a brand new channel with no strikes. All right. It's good, right? It's in good standings with YouTube. So eventually I'm gonna convert over there. I want to go to a channel that's brand new, that got a clean slate, no violations, it's not shadow banned like this one is. And I'll be more careful with my wordings and titles so YouTube won't shadow ban me again. But I'm gonna put the link in there again. This takes 2 seconds. So we got 52 folks in here. Some of you guys already subscribed. So I got 80 subscribers over there. So if y'all all just quickly click that link and subscribe, takes 10 seconds. I should go back over there and see at least over 100 new, 100 subscribers. I got 80 subscribers right now. In about 5 minutes, when I go check again, I should at least see minimum 100, like at least 20 more people should subscribe. Subscribe and click the bell because I will be going there. Like I go live there late. For those late bloomers, I go live there late. But again, I want to eventually switch. I think this channel is demonetized or something like that. So, I want to profit from my intellectual properties. You dig? So, and I'm more careful. I'll be more careful and the language I use, and that's why I calm down. I don't cuss as much anymore because YouTube be quick to violate an FBA. Thank you, Percy. Flack, Shot Legacy, Moon Eyes, thank you. Robinson, go ahead. DJ, I think DJ, but I have never didn't. NPZ, are you FBA? Just curious. American Dream isn't, and neither is Kwame, and they got wrenches. So, but please put the link again if you can't see it. Click that link and subscribe. It takes 10 seconds. And like I said, I do plan on opening up that channel because just a clean slate, and now I know better how to share videos. Because a lot of times I was sharing videos like the whole sharing video thing is like tricky. So because there's no like set time limit you can share a video, it's like subjective. So YouTube can like literally cherry pick. So that's why lately I have not been like sharing videos like that. I've just been doing my own content because it's like they can like give you a strike whenever you want. And by the way, do you know YouTube can go back 3 years later and strike you for a video you shared if they want to? So my channel, this same channel, by the way, chat, here's a history lesson. This same channel was suspended for 3 years. YouTube went back because I used to debate like the vaccine thing in 2020. So like once the pandemic was over, YouTube went back and flagged all of those videos. Not just me, many people. Unc West was flagged. Sean was flagged. A lot of people were flagged. And our channels got suspended. Mine got deleted for 3 years. So I argued and got this channel back in October of 2024. Okay, so I got this channel back October 2024. And then I was just suspended most of March. So I got this channel back like March 21st, 22nd. So I was suspended so this channel is like hot. It's hot. So the first chance I can drop this channel and go with my backup channel with the clean slate with no shadow ban, I'm doing that. But I need the support. I want you guys to follow me. So, but yeah, man, 3 years it was deleted. And you let me know who got their channel back after 3 years. I'll wait. But I never gave up because I had so many like videos I didn't like download, I didn't save. And I just couldn't live with that. Like, nah, hell no. I got too many valuable videos. I can't let those go, to limbo. So I challenge YouTube. And they must have got tired of me, right? Because they said, okay, here's your channel. So I got it back in October. And then I was suspended in February. At the end of February, YouTube never told me a good reason. It gave a reason, but it wasn't like a good reason. It was like so vague. And I appealed it, and it restored my channel 3 weeks later. By the way, when you appeal, it says it takes 2 to 3 days, 2 to 3 business days. It took 3 weeks, and then when it restored it, I didn't get an email saying, hey, you won your appeal and we're sorry. Nothing. I just got the channel back. Nothing. So the block is hot. Basically, what I'm trying to say is the block is hot. Yeah, 3 years, bro. I showed the emails. I showed my Google emails about like 2 weeks ago. I showed the email where it got deleted, and I showed the email where YouTube said, "Hey, congratulations, our fault, our mistake. We made a bad judgment. You didn't violate any terms." I showed that live. 2021 and then 2024 it was restored. So, and yo, by the way, you see it's 50 people here? It's 50 people here. Before I got deleted 3 weeks ago, I used to have 200 and 100 feet. I used to have 150 and 200 live viewers. And some of y'all was here to see that. So when they suspended my channel for 3 weeks, it lost a lot of momentum. I was shadow banned, so I was no longer in like live feeds. So, it kind of killed the momentum. So I'm building it back up. So now we're at 50. But I was I had at one live, I had 270 live viewers. That's the most I had between October and now. I had 270 live viewers. I had 220 a couple times. I had 180, 150. And then they struck me for 3 weeks and it kind of killed my momentum. So I'm building it back up again. But if everybody subscribe to the backup channel, then I'll go there as well and maybe go here some days and go there and build that channel up. Brand new channel with no bad history with YouTube or other names I give YouTube that I want to say, but I'm not going to say. YouTube, you know what I want to call it, right? But stuff like that. Stuff like that. Start now. So anybody start now, anybody just walking in, hear my voice for the first time today, go ahead and click that link and subscribe to the backup channel. So when I go live, I'll probably go live late tonight, like on some 1 a.m. type shit. You dig? Just for folks who are up or can't sleep, got insomnia, and just want to be entertained with some debating, I could do that for you. But American Dream, bro, you called in, you wanted to talk about brain drain, all right? So I'm gonna do a recap. So you said leaving the South, leaving a Southern state and moving to like another state, it's like they always do a South-North comparison. American Dream, if we leave Mississippi and just go to Alabama, that can be seen as a brain drain for that state because we're no longer making money in that state. That state can't tax us. It's not bidding from our employment, right? Self-employed or at a company. So it don't have to be a northern state, American Dream. But again, like that's more tether babble. They're always trying to compare the South with the North, brother. Mississippi to Alabama is a form of brain drain, but it's not really brain drain because all of the money at that time was illegitimate. It was forced labor. So he said, hey, man, I want to talk about 2025. I don't want to talk about, the 1800s or the early 1900s. Brother, they still owe for that free labor. So it can't be a brain drain, bro. It's our economy. It's our money that's no longer there. So he couldn't get that because he just want to troll. It's like, dude, no, you can troll, but not now. Not now. So we're not brain draining a state that built almost all of its economy on free FBA labor, cheap and free FBA labor. So I'm the wrong guy to talk to, bro. I know my history. So that's why I cooked them real fast. Like, bro, how are we brain draining a state that more than 70% of its economy was free to cheap labor via convict leasing? So a tip for you guys, tethers and white supremacists, if you call in, you better know some history. Because I might talk about your homeland. I might talk about white America. I might talk about Black America and you got to be able to keep up, or it's not going to be a good conversation. You my son, like you said, you're my son. Just get back in the chat and take notes. And watch those damn tethers beg to be back in the UK after he got deported for committing a violent crime. What happened to all the hard work? Okay. So now, and furthermore, brain drain. Okay, so let's go back to the definition. Let's go back to the definition for that tether. Hey, brother, a tether American dream. Tether American dream. I believe the example for brain drain is normally referencing countries, not states within a country, my boy, not cities within a state or towns within a state. American dream, tether American dream. When you learn about brain drain and brain gain, is they typically talk about countries. Okay, they don't go to states for the example of brain drain, you dumb tether. So you can try and try and try. Okay. Now, he's talking about a state, brother. The state will be okay, but a country will not. A state experiencing a brain drain within a country, and another state is the recipient of the brain gain. Okay, this country is called the United States. They're united. Okay, so this country will be, nothing will miss a beat. So let's say if Alabama's population went to California, or let's say Arizona or Las Vegas, right? Let's say that the desert somehow it was able to like do the old seeding thing, and they got grass and fertile soil in the deserts, right? Where they're able to like make something out of that in Arizona, right? Because Arizona, they were trying to build that up and get people to live there. If Alabama was to experience a significant brain drain, and let's say if Las Vegas, like all these desert places, all Las Vegas, New Mexico, and Arizona were recipients of those people. So those states became brain gains. My boy, Alabama will have to step up their game and finally modernize the state to compete, because this is a free market over here, and compete and get people back in Alabama, or it'll become a desert itself. Okay, but the country, the money doesn't. So now here's your problem, American Dream. The money does not leave the country. So the GDP, all that stuff for the country and the people is still here. It still represents America. So when you see American GDP, although Alabama experienced a brain drain, and New Mexico, Las Vegas, and California in Arizona were recipients of those folks, and they experienced a brain gain. America as a whole, nothing changes. The GDP remains the same. Unlike your country, okay, your homeland, when you guys experience a brain drain, your infrastructure remains third world. You can't compare a first world country, people relocating in a first world country to people fleeing in a third world country. Okay, your country got to catch up. Your country got to first become a first world, and then we can have the conversation. But bro, you are third world and you're going worse than that, because you're leaving and you're not going back. And you know what's worse than that? You're not even sending money back. It's an all-out L. Your country is experiencing an all-out L. And this is why the Chinese and the Indians are over there just carving it up, privatizing beaches, saying, before you know it, they're going to have signs saying no Jamaicans allowed. Unfortunately, you might see that going on over there. Anybody but, they might have like where it says for resource only. And if it says resource only, that's pretty much Jamaica's not allowed. You dig? Okay. So let's go back. Let's talk about the early Pan-Africanists. Okay. Let's talk about early Pan-Africanism. Was it a white supremacist ideology that was enforced on FBAs, or was it an FBA ideology that other FBAs voluntarily grasped and wanted to live in Africa? Okay, so let's find out today. Let's find out today. So I got to do a spoiler alert. You're going to find out that Pan-Africanism largely was a white supremacist trick bag ideology. Okay? Okay, so now let me just first click the voice. I ain't about to read all this and be stumbling over words. No, sir. Here you go.
Excellent set of questions. The experience of free Black Americans and the American Colonization Society, ACS, is central to understanding early ideas about repatriation, race, freedom, and colonialism. Here's a detailed, historically grounded breakdown of each question. 1. Did the ACS give free Black Americans much choice to stay in the U.S. as free persons? In theory, free Black people were not legally forced to go to Liberia by the ACS or federal law. In reality, social, legal, and economic pressures were so harsh that for many, colonization seemed like the only option. In some states, especially in the Upper South, laws made it illegal for enslaved people to be freed unless they left the state or the country.
Wow.
Example, Virginia, Maryland, and others required freed Blacks to leave within a year or face re-enslavement.
Wow.
In several states, Black codes restricted where free Black people could live, work, testify, or even move. Some enslavers manumitted slaves only on the condition they go to Liberia.
Leave the
a
country.
Practice the ACS encouraged.
ACS.
So while not forced in chains, the ACS and state laws created a system where remaining free in the U.S. was made extremely difficult, especially in the South. Just 2. Did the ACS have a white supremacy agenda in wanting to relocate free Blacks to Liberia? Yes, absolutely. The ACS was founded in 1816 by a coalition of slaveholders, politicians, and a few white abolitionists, but the core ideology was deeply rooted in white supremacy. Their goals included removing free Black people from American society as they were seen as a threat to the institution of slavery, preventing racial integration or equality within the U.S., creating a solution to the so-called Negro problem by shipping free Blacks elsewhere, appeasing both abolitionists and slaveholders under the false guise of humanitarianism.
Wow.
Some founders of the ACS, like Henry Clay, explicitly stated they didn't believe Black and white people could ever live equally together. Thomas Jefferson supported colonization, but also owned hundreds of enslaved people and viewed Black people as inferior. So yes, the ACS was fundamentally not about Black empowerment, but about preserving white America as a white nation.
Wow.
3. How many free Blacks came back from Liberia to the U.S.? It is estimated that the ACS relocated around 13,000 to 15,000 free Black Americans to Liberia between the 1820s and 1910. Reliable records on how many returned are scarce, but historical scholars suggest only a small number made it back to the U.S. Reasons for returning: poor living conditions, disease, malaria, yellow fever,
In Liberia,
and food shortages.
they starved.
Broken promises about land, prosperity, and social structure.
They lied about it like
Disillusionment with the
Garvey.
Americo-Liberian leadership, which often mirrored the hierarchy and elitism of
So
white-dominated
they lied about
America.
Liberia like Garvey did for Liberia, and
However,
Umar did
most
for
who
his
went to
schools.
Liberia stayed, even if they were disappointed, because returning to the U.S. was financially and logistically difficult.
They were trapped.
And the U.S. did not welcome them back.
Didn't let them back in as a trick bag.
4. Were free blacks able to exercise self-determination and Pan-Africanist ideals in Liberia? Partially, but not in the way many Pan-Africanists hoped.
It was a trick bag.
Successes. Americo-Liberians founded a black-led republic. Liberia declared independence in 1847 with black leadership, presidency, laws, and economy. Black settlers had land, citizenship, voting rights, and educational systems, things denied to them in America. Some Pan-Africanist ideas like racial pride, autonomy, and anti-European sentiment did thrive in Liberian discourse. Liberian leaders saw their nation as a beacon of hope for global black upliftment. Failures and contradictions. Americo-Liberians created an elite ruling class, forming a hierarchy over indigenous African peoples. They adopted Western Euro-American culture, clothing, and Christianity, sometimes looking down on traditional African customs. Many Americo-Liberians saw themselves as civilizing agents rather than partners with native peoples, undermining Pan-Africanist unity. In short, Pan-Africanist self-determination existed for Black Americans in Liberia, but not in a fully inclusive or anti-colonial way. 5. Did the ACS empower freed Blacks over the indigenous people of Liberia? Yes, intentionally. The ACS deliberately installed Americo-Liberians as the ruling elite, giving them land grants, government positions, control over trade, law, and education, military backing from the colonial settlement.
To undermine.
Meanwhile, indigenous peoples, Kru, Kipele, Bassa, Vai, etc., were marginalized, denied voting rights or full citizenship, often pushed off ancestral lands, subjected to missionary conversion and cultural suppression. This colonial power dynamic mirrored European imperialism, with Americo-Liberians occupying the role of settlers and recreating a mini-America, but in blackface, so to speak. The ACS's model was not liberation for all Africans. It was a project to export America's racial hierarchy to Africa, with free Blacks as the ruling agents.
Wow.
Final thoughts and summary. Did ACS give free Blacks a real choice? Not really. Systemic pressure made staying in the U.S. hard. Was ACS motivated by white supremacy? Yes. It was designed to remove Blacks and maintain white dominance. How many returned from Liberia? Few. Most stayed, even under hardship. Did Pan-Africanist ideals succeed? Partially. Yes, for Americo-Liberians, but not for indigenous unity. Did ACS empower settlers over natives? Yes. Settlers were given elite status over indigenous Africans. Would you like a visual timeline of how Liberia was founded and how the power structure?
No. I learned, I got enough. Thank you. So, this Liberia idea that Garvey adopted, as you can see, was a white supremacist ideology. This is why Marcus Garvey, when he came over here, he linked up with the KKK. He linked up with the Klan because Marcus Garvey seen the Klan like the modern time ACS. He figured, hey, a white supremacist group, the ACS, was able to pull it off. Maybe this modern white supremacist group named the Klan can pull this off. Because there was no Klan at that time of the ACS. But Marcus Garvey knew something for sure. He knew to pull this off, he has to go get white supremacists, because only white supremacists will want FBAs out of the country as bad as he did. All right. So there you go, man. There's your Pan-Africanism. All right. There's your Pan-Africanism. So that's what I do with the research. You know, I turn the research into something valuable and precious, and we get a greater picture on these radical black ideas today. So when they talk about I should have asked, you know what? I should have asked the other question. Okay. I should have asked the other question. Should have asked you. Let me ask this question right there. Wait, how do I want to ask? This one got to be asked a certain way. That's why I say, hey man, the cash app is there. If y'all got $2, $3, $4, it'll add up. It'll pay for one of these services I'm using. All right, either the Photoshop or the Photoshop is expensive as hell. So let me try to tally this. Nazi or German or Jew. What you talking about, Robson? What you talking about? Nazis are German, Germans are Jew. Nazis, that don't make any sense. That don't make any sense. Jews come in different type of ethnicities. They're not. It's not a one ethnicity thing. All right. So anyway, let me type this up in a way where it's gonna be dope. Did Black Americans in the early and late 1800s and what do they prefer instead and why? Okay. Give me a second. Let me see if the dog got use the bathroom. Come. Go pee pee. Go. Go pee pee go. Go. You ain't gotta go? All right. What that noise about then? Fool. Okay. Shit, tripped over it. Let's move that. All right, I just tripped over it. Let's move it. Because when I walk, I don't look down. I trip over everything that's in front of me. When I say everything, I mean everything. All right. All right, let's get back to the questions. I got some good questions for you guys. So I already explained earlier, if you guys came late, I explained earlier how FBAs, we are the only quote unquote African who's African in small percentages. Every other African, quote unquote, is African in large percentages. What do I mean? Let me share my screen real fast. What do I mean? This is what I mean. I went over this not too long ago. Let's do it again because new folks are coming up. So let me explain. Because so many people want to make us African. It's like, what define African first before I agree to this? Because no matter how they define African, if that is us, is not them. Right? So if we are African, they are not. And I'm going to explain again why that's true. Once I find it. Okay. Okay, here we go. Okay, here we go. Let me share my screen. This is good research here. And somebody sent the cash out. I appreciate it. I heard it. Okay, so it says, so a modern African American might have small percentages, 5 to 10 different African groups instead of one large concentrated percentage? He just woke up. Having a nightmare. Lay down, lay down. Let me give him a yogurt. He woke up pointing at something. He must have a nightmare over cocoa melon. All right, he went back to sleep. Hey, go, 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 go. Go lay down, lay down, lay down, lay down. There you go. Good job. I got him a yogurt. All right, anyway. So look what I'm looking at, chat. So if we're African, then we're still different than everybody else that's black. Okay? Because it says that modern African Americans, we have small percentages from 5 to 10 different African groups instead of one large concentrated percentage like everybody else. So Nigerians, they're going to have one large concentrated percentage of the people in Nigeria. Okay? People who live in Ghana, they're going to have one large concentrated percentage, right? And so forth and so on, Zimbabwe, so on. But look at us. We're going to have 18% Nigerian. Okay, are we African just being 18% Nigerian alone? No. If we only had 12% Ghanaian in us, are we African? No. If we only had 10% Senegalese in us, are we African? No. If we only had 6% Cameroonian in us, are we African? No. Okay, but some of us will have 30% Irish in us, like Yvette. So how is it possible that Yvette Carnell has only 18% Nigerian, right, with 30% Irish, and she's African and not Irish? Can somebody make that make sense? How can somebody have 12% Ghanaian in them and 30%, let's say, German in them or Italian in them, and they're from Ghana? Does that make sense? Non-African, e.g., British, Irish, Native American, that means they are of African descent, but no one African group dominates because of ancestral mixing. So guess what, chat? We're 10% this African person, 10% this other different African person. And when you combine them all together, it makes 70% of what is being called African. But there's no such thing as African. There's something as Senegal people, Cameroon people, Canadians, Nigerians, like what? So when they ask you, are you African? I like to ask a question back. What is African? What makes somebody African? And what country would I be? If I said yes to that, what country would I be from? Because aren't Africans from a country in Africa? So which country would I be from? And it's going to be silence. Also, what makes an African? Because we're small percentages of each country. So if these small percentages of different countries, now listen, a Nigerian is going to be 90% Nigerian and probably nothing of Ghana. A person from Ghana is going to be 90% Ghana and nothing from Nigeria or Senegal or Cameroon. Okay, so a Nigerian is not going to be mixed with none of these things. But FBAs, we're a mixture of all these different African countries that don't have any ties to each other. So again, if we're African, then they are not. Because if to be African means to have small percentages of different countries, and that makes you African because it totals 80% of different countries, then we're the only Africans. Because people in Africa don't have these small percentage that equals a large percentage of Africa. Okay, so anyway, let's keep going. Non-African admixture, European and Native American. All right. So it says, due to forced relationships during slavery, many Black Americans have European DNA, often from white slaveholders. Not a Nigerian, not somebody from Ghana, not somebody from Zimbabwe, and most of those countries over there, they have no admixtures with Europeans at all, not even 1%. Studies estimate that average FBAs is 70 to 80% African. But what does that mean? What does African mean? It means a small percentages of a bunch of different countries in Africa. And 20 to 30% European genetically. Some also may have Native American ancestry. Okay. Though this is usually much lower than family lore suggests, right? Examples based on studies by 23andMe and academic sources, 77% African. Again, this just means small percentages of different African countries, 20% European. Now, this actually means this could be 21% of one European country. This could be 21% Italian. Like, because we're not mixed up with a bunch of different European countries. It's usually just one. And tiny percentages of like something else. So if we have Irish, German, and let's say British in us, it's probably gonna be 30% Irish, 2% British, and 4%, something else. Not like the African countries where it's like evenly split. And it says 2% Native American other. And this may be higher because again, Native Americans were also called this. Right. So this is most likely higher. Because Native Americans were reclassified. A lot of them were, enough of them were reclassified as this. So we know this is higher. Okay. So, so it says random genetic inheritance. Each person only inherits about 50% of each parent's DNA, but it's random. So now, hey, chat, listen to what I'm getting at. So what I just read, that's based upon an FBA having 2 FBA parents. What if you're mixed today? Or what if you're not mixed directly, but your mother is? Let's say, what if your father was Italian and Black, FBA Black, and he married a sister and had a baby? Okay. What if your mom was mixed? What if your mom was a child of Kim Kardashian and Kanye West? And she married an FBA man and had a baby, and that's you. So you will have even less percentages of those what I showed you on the chart, and you'll have more percentages, higher percentages of European and whatever else that's there. Okay, so it gets more trickier. And then how about this? How about this is the catch? How about there are some people in this country who is classified as white for 3 generations, but their haplogroup goes back to Central Western African. So we're calling that person white. We're calling their father white and their grandfather white, but their one of their fathers were actually or West African. Let's just say that. Not even FBA. Just straight up. Now, American Dream. I do want you to speak to. I want you to have a great comment. I spoke about you. I spoke highly of you, by the way. I want you because again, like I disagree with what you say, but I don't think you are disrespectful. I don't think you or Kwame are disrespectful at all. I think you guys, you guys disagree, and that's okay. I'm not intimidated. I'm not insecure. But I would like for you to talk to Focus, DJ Focus. We call him Focus. Him, yeah, because he, you don't know him, he don't know you. I just spoke about you briefly. I said, yeah, I got a brother, Jamaican roots, who, disagree on some of our talking points, but he's pretty reasonable. He's not weird like some of the people I spoke to. So he was interested. He was intrigued, and he said, okay. He's not the belligerent type at all. I can tell you right now. He is long-winded, so brother, you might have to tell him to stop. Okay, so I'm giving you a heads up. He's long-winded, so you might have to tell him to stop, or you might have to ask me to set a timer, because if you don't cut in, bro, he will read a whole Bible to you. Okay, so Yeah, but I think if you are able to control his time, I think it'll be a great educational dialogue between you two. And I got also I got another brother you could talk to, and I got another brother named Tiger you can talk to. So Tiger is probably the most accessible one out of the three. Focus is normally available late night, 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock. And the other brother you could talk to, he's normally available on a weekend, most likely like a Sunday. Saturday, Sunday, I'll say, but most likely a Sunday. So I think you'll be interested. So let me know if you're interested in that. I'll put the link up there so y'all can share your screens and really have some type of dialogue. Anyway, that means so it says that means if your grandfather was 100% Yoruba, you might inherit only a small portion of these Yoruba genes. Told you. Even if your grandfather is 100% Yoruba, you might inherit only small portions of those Yoruba genes because of your parents. Over several generations, this dilutes specific ethnic percentages. So it gets smaller and smaller and smaller as the centuries go by. And that's why there's a term for it. It's called ethnogenesis. Okay, so now watch this. Now let's speak about those in Africa. It says, what about native-born Africans? That means Ghanaians, that means Nigerians, Zimbabweans, Ethiopians, Sudanese people, Eritreans. It says they show high percentages tied to their homeland because native Africans usually come from a single ethnic group or closely related neighboring groups. Okay, so they mostly come from a single ethnic group. So that's why I say if we are African, they aren't because we're African from a different way. Add up to a large percentage. 15% Nigerian, 10% Ghana, 15% Zimbabwean, 10% this and that. You dig, and you add that up. I'm African, right? But that's not how they're African. They're African because they come from one single ethnic group. So again, if we're African, we're still different because I'm African. I'm a mixed African. You're not. You're a whole African. So we're still different. Watch this. It says 80 to 95% from their primary ethnic region, depending on how mixed their family history is. So now look, we went from what? We went from basically 10% each, like African country. And I'm gonna tell you, mine is even less. Okay, if y'all see my picture, you dig. I got even less. All right. So anyway, 80 to 95% of them. Look, 95%. That's crazy. We're at 10% of a region in Africa or a country. Or tribe. They're at 95%. So just think about that. He's 95% Nigerian. I'm 7% Nigerian. Am I Nigerian to them? When I go to, he's 95% Yoruba. I'm 7% Yoruba. I go to the tribe. Am I accepted as a Yoruba? You dig? No, they're like, yo, get out of here, American. Okay, look, a native Yoruba Nigerian might show 95% Nigerian Yoruba. That means you pretty much look 35% other West African, Benin, Togo, Ghana, and 5% other regions like North Africa or trace of European due to colonial contact. Little to none, 0%. Okay. So, and it's just the same thing with the Ghanaian, same thing. Ghana, 80, 90%, Ethiopia, 90%. Okay. And why? Because they had less admixed populations. Their ancestors have stayed within the same geographic and ethnic regions for centuries. So when they ask me, are you African? I need a definition. And I need to know how somebody from somebody from Ethiopia, they got to explain how he's Ethiop. I'm sorry, they got to explain how he's African, and then I need to use those same measurements to determine if I'm African, right? Because you're going to see it's not going to apply. If I'm African, the way you call me African does not apply to this person. They're not a mixture of different African countries in small percentages. They're like a single ethnic group, 90 to 100%. So we're African differently. That's why we don't say we're African, because it doesn't make any sense. We're not large percent of nothing in us from over there, small, tiny percentages. And we got more single ethnic groups of European than we do of a single ethnic group in Africa, which is crazy. So yeah, so we're not, so like Yvette Cardell said, she's 37%, 35% Irish, but she's not Irish. She's like, what, 63% quote unquote African, which just means low percentages of different African countries. So she's not Irish because she's too low a percentage. She's 37%. I guarantee if I do the same research for an Irish person, German person, it's going to say 90% of the population is German, 90% Irish, 90% Italian. I guarantee you, it won't change. 90% Bulgarian, 90% Slovenia. You know, it's going to be the same percentage. High. Let's make sure. So she's not a high percentage of any ethnic group, any foreign ethnic group. So she's nothing. She's not any of them. She's a mixture of all of them. And she lives in America, so that makes her American. We are a new thing, you dig? It's just that simple. Okay. What y'all think about that? Was that confusing? Did that make some sense? If it's confusing, I'll work on it. I'll see if I can make more sense. Power to the gods. The Moors are intermingled and mixed into. Yes, there you go. And they didn't even consider that. We gotta get the tethers up. Half never. Hey man. Yeah. So the Moon Eyes, I definitely got that as well. So I got the standard one that brings you back to like Africa somewhere, but I got my family tree, right? So Moon Eyes is correct. So, but do both. Do both. Do the whole back to Africa BS, and also do the family tree thing is going to be way more interesting. It's going to be way more intriguing. I guarantee you. It's going to drop your jaw when you see your mom. Because your mom she has a last name, and when you see her mother's have a different name or her grandmother, you're going to see like the different last names just change, and you're going to say, "Wow, I thought I was this, but my last name started this in the 1800s." It's really remarkable. So Moon Eyes is correct. Southern Breeze, peace. Yeah, so when it comes to the Native Americans, it gets tricky. It's really, really tricky, to differentiate. So nobody can actually tell you you're not Native American. Like there's no way they can prove you're not, because they were classified, enough of them were classified as African or West African, Central African, Nigerian, or Yoruba, whatever they want to say. They were classified as that. So therefore they lived like that, and they populated with the actual Africans from overseas. They did. But when they had a baby, the baby wasn't seen as mixed. The baby was seen as African because of the reclassification. So nobody could really tell you you're not. They can't prove you're not. Let's say it that way. Nobody can actually. They might question you. They might disagree. They might ask you goofy questions, but nobody can actually prove you're not. All right? Because I would love to see that. I would love to see how somebody sit there and look at you and be like, you know what? You're lying. All right, bro. The burden of proof is on you. Prove it. So that's why it's a goofy argument. That's why I don't argue with tethers with that. They do, like, bro, you can't prove they're not. So it's like it's time wasting. We're not ashamed of Africa at all, Fly Guy. We're not ashamed of no country, bro. Like we're really just neutral. But this is the thing, Fly Guy. if somebody said you were Filipino, would you just accept that? Or will you say, maybe I got a little bit in me, but I'm not Filipino? So, Fly Guy, that's the difference. We're not ashamed. We're just saying, we're stating the obvious. We're not an African in the sense of how an African is defined, as I just read. An African is defined as they are 90% of that region, 80 to 90% of that region. I don't believe there's one FBA that's 80 to 90% or even close. I don't even think we go over 50% in a region, in one region of Africa. So, Fly Guy, we're not ashamed. We're stating the obvious. Now, if you know otherwise, Fly Guy, put me on. If you got additional information about Africa and our connection, brother, put me on. I will definitely entertain your information. Now, for whoever didn't do it, the link right there in the chat, click that link right there in the chat. Guillory, I don't know if you did that, but click that link in the chat. That's my backup channel. I'm going to be going there. I'm going to split time with this one and that one. Okay, that channel, I already said that channel has no strikes. It's brand new. It's not shadow banned. It wasn't suspended twice like this one was for long stretches. So I want a clean slate, because with this channel, I gotta like walk on eggshells. I gotta be careful of what video I share. I gotta be careful of what I say, because YouTube is it has been active, right, with the discipline belt on this channel. So I'd rather just open up a new channel, have a clean slate, and then now I know how to operate on YouTube. I'll be more safe with my language. I'll be more safe with the titles, right? I won't say something that can be regarded as hate speech or, bullying. And that's what I was being penalized before. Like, they would say like the name was, just weird stuff. And then like they say appeal it, but there's no really appeal, because you're appealing to the same people who said you were guilty. So it's like, that ain't gonna work. So one more time, the link is there. Hey, Fly Guy, do you want the phone number to call in? Let's hear you out. Matter of fact, Fly Guy, just call in. Let's just have a brief conversation, maybe 10 minutes. But let's talk about let's just talk. Let's just talk. So here's the phone number. Let me put the access code in there. And just give me what's on your mind, man. Brief maybe 10 minutes, because I'm gonna log off right now anyway. So yeah, Fly Guy, call in. Let's have a brief 10, 15-minute conversation. Let's make it respectful. Let's be informational, informative as possible. And let's agree or agree to disagree in respect. So go ahead and call in. Let's talk about some, you might have some questions of how we view Africa, and maybe I could answer some, maybe. You might got some questions about the state of Black America, and maybe I can answer those questions, maybe. Okay. But I always gotta know where you're from, because that adds context to your questions. Okay, so I need to know where you're from, just be honest as possible. The one thing about us over here in America, we're proud to be American. We don't lie about where we're from. Well, that's one thing we don't do. But for some strange reason, other folks lie about where they from. So, brother, we can't be ashamed of anything, because we're proud to say where we're from. How about the people that's from a country, when they come into these spaces, they lie and say they're from somewhere else? Wouldn't that person be ashamed? So it really wouldn't be us. So yeah, so just call that number. Like I said, quick 10, 15-minute conversation, and then we can close out until later on tonight. I'll probably go live on this channel again. Yeah, the other channel I might go live like super late. But for like the late birds on some 3 a.m., 4 a.m. type shit. And who knows, the late live on the backup channel might be a replay of this conversation. Because I gotta keep it active to get it in the algorithms. Uh, so if Fly Guy, can you give a yes or no if you're calling in? If not, I could close out. I'm actually waiting on you. So if you're not calling in, I'm gonna close out. If you are calling in, I could set aside 10 to 15 minutes for you because I gotta get some things done. All right, so Fly Guy has called in. Please don't be the guy from yesterday that was faking like they're European. They were clearly from Jamaica. Okay, hold on one second. Is this Fly Guy? Hello?
No, this is not Fly Guy.
Okay, who's this? Who am I speaking with?
This is Robinson.
Oh, Robinson, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing, brother. How you doing, brother?
Great. What's on your mind today?
I was in the chat, and I was a guy. I guess let me turn down my speaker over here because it might be echoing. I don't want it to echo. Hold on. This is Robinson. Hold on. Oh, Robinson, how you doing, brother?
It's definitely playing back.
Because I got a little lag on my internet and my phone, so I didn't want it to echo.
Yeah.
I was in the chat, and I guess I'm being proclaimed to not be of FBA. And I don't call it an insult. I just know that we are mostly misinformed on a lot of the terms that we are using. Now, I'm not against FBA. This is a good FBA mental health conversation right now.
Okay.
Can I ask you, yeah. Brother?
Yeah.
Is as in FBA, are we, okay, let me ask this the right way because I want to find the words right. Are we as FBA allowed to identify or identifying as the Asiatic Negro of America?
Okay, so this is real simple, all right? So this is for the chat and for you. One thing you can't change, so basically you can call yourself whatever you want to call yourself. You can say you're from Planet Risk, right? What that's not going to do is change how you got to this country and your family lineage.
Right. Now, me answering that as saying, not to interrupt you, because that's exactly what I'm saying. I agree perfectly with that. Because what that means by law is that we did migrate here from East Asia. Now, we are in ethnogenesis here of Native American, Native Negro speaking Hebrew tribes that did arise from Asia. Yet, your ethnogenesis here in America is a different diaspora of the Negro, yes, in China. As the agricultural lands are different, your shade of the sun, you got to understand, too, that the sun is at angles, equator values, pressurizations on your hair. I have facts or proofs that I can show you, or classes, sessions, that I can walk you through our migration from Africa, which is the diaspora of the Negro, which means human, into East Asia, Japan's, and the Easter Islands in two sets of migration. His pattern does he does claim, he also does embody the Mongolian, you are Mongolian, by way of Negro. And you are the Mongolian here, speaking Hebrew as a Negro of Native America, which is the Native American. And as a Native American Negro of FBA, that is exactly what your name is, but this is a real long-winded statement because it goes into what actually happened, which goes much further than a colonial history states. You have to know the migration history of how we did get here. He is right. So I do stand with FBA that we are, yes, native ethnogenesis Negro of America. All the Americas, not just this land right here. I'm talking South America and Canada as well. Negro tribes of Hebrew-speaking Native Americans. Negro tribes of Hebrew-speaking Native American, calling themselves the Iroquois, Sioux, Muskogee. Those are Hebrew names that we were robbed of, that you can also translate those names in Mongolian or Chinaman or Yasugi Japanese. These are Kamehameha is actually a Hebrew name. That is your Hawaiian king of your Negro Asiatic self. If we're doing not Asia, we're going to say Hawaiian native, right? Because they're not Asian, right? They're Hawaiian, right? So they're native of Hawaii, yes, but they're still of the Asiatic family of the Negro, which is what FBA is the migration of the African Negro. Negro meaning human. Human, replace black with everything. Human, please. Human being is FBA. FBA is the actual agricultural migration of mankind, not these different names of your nationalities or titles that you bought from this Jewish bank, which is what we are under captive over. If you will understand what I am saying, that we are, brother, under a Nazi utopia regime, but it's a little more clarification with that will tell you who works for the banks when you understand the 5 departments. So if I do that, that's another class. But here in America, we're talking FBA, right? Lineage of the captive Asiatic migration of the Negro who landed here, native of America. So yes, he's still American, if you're going to call it that. Yes, but he is the Negro Hebrew-speaking Native American tribe, which is what you call the federal government. Okay, They took the titles of the Asiatic man who built civilization. The Asiatic man comes from Africa, building civilization in his migration 60,000 years ago, migrating from Africa into top East Asia, Mongolia, coming through Asia Minor into Greater Asia, Turkey's, and as he's going through there, he's dropping off albino Negro Asiatics, who will become later the Jews, or Germans, if you would, or Scottish, if you would, or Irish, if you would. What are you calling them? English? What do you call them? British? That's what you call. Okay, so in the Bible, we could discover who that is, but we'll just talk about Native America here. Your migration pattern, yes, starts 60,000 years ago in Africa, which is where our diaspora to Africa come from, because it is where our center of trade is. Your paradise is in the sun, Asiatic man, Negro, Native Indian, whoever you're calling yourself, you're Negroes. You're not N-word, you're Negro, human. This is your mutation from coming from the center of the equator under so much pressure. You're shining with all this amino acid. You don't put in diaspora of what really scientifically is happening. So by scientific racism, you've been allowed to bank with the Jewish church. The Jewish church is 5 departments. Well, we'll go with 6. We'll go with 6. God, 8. God, 7. God is G. Is G. Is G. G. G is the main number. Once you know, that's that big number on the Masonic temple too, by the way. We're not going to go into these things yet. But I'm just saying that it has 7 departments of the stocks that took out the loans of the lands. Those are the first. You'll have the Christian. These are the religions: the Christian, the Catholic, let's go with Buddhist. Let's go with Hindu. Then you have the Department of the F, which is the African American. That's a department. We'll just name them that right now. We're going to name them that right now because just to put it in better perspective. The African American is going to be entitled the slave. So his department is the slave. But later on, we'll do who the African American is later. So the slave is F. These are departments of the Jewish bank, which is the federal government central bank And what turns those into terms too? Federal, meaning Jewish, right? Union, which is a global. And then government, meaning claims. Replace federal with Jewish Union claims. Federal government. That is the titles of this program. Now, we're going to go into, back to what I was saying, is the 5 departments. We were at the slave. And this is me just coming off the top of my head with all the readings and things that I've done. Now, I can actually bring these out of book and article for you and give you actual visual proof of what I'm looking at to tell you that it's not just me jargon. This is real things from coming back from war and realizing that you all are placed in this synthetic reality of yourself to article A, B, C, D, or right. Okay, you'll do it, but do a bank of socializing under vote by participation. So you all like rap music, your money goes over there, and that becomes a department of resource, agriculture. So this is the man who creates agriculture as a civilization under one union. His name is the Negro, and he speaks in Hebrew, Aramaic, China, Japanese, all these different languages. Here in America, he spoke in Hebrew and Mongolian, and he built in pyramid and stone, and he was not uncivilized. There's another article to that. So the article that you're signing under is one. We're back at F, the slave, poor man's bank. We'll call it that too. But what we'll go into the next one is so it's African American. Did I mention oh man, Catholic? Did I say Catholic in there?
No, I didn't
hear
that.
Islam.
No, I didn't hear you say Catholic or Islam.
Right, Islam and Catholic. Those are the banks, and then the actual FG bank is the Jew. All of those are Jews. They're all Jews.
The Catholics too?
All of them. Yes. This is a cathedral of Catholic cathedral ritualistics. Okay? So your thing is going to be to denounce native Hebrew-speaking tribes that wrote the articles of God of how to practice faith and family as an agricultural mean to neighbor. What are you doing? What are you doing right now? Civil service? Yes. Mental health? Yes. Medicine, food. What are you doing? Agricultural means, right? These are not bought by a bank. It is not to be cashed into shekels, Jewish money, that they're claiming over your tribal names and lands, ladies and gentlemen. That is against the articles of God. Who wrote those articles are these Hebrew-speaking tribes of, once again, Asiatic, African diaspora, Negro, human-speaking natives of Hebrew tribes. They're on every land, and they are in every tone of skin. So when I can show you how his migration pattern changes his features, because you're looking at an African, more Africanoid, that's not me. Scientific racism, you banked out with the poor man's bank of the African-American slave, whom is divided, by the way, by a pie of 3.14 all around the earth. So at every segment, he's separated at a language, at a deity, at a knowledge of himself, so that he doesn't speak the same languages as himself or notice himself speaking Hebrew to himself when he see himself. Long story short. So when you're telling me you're Native American and you're not going to say, I was here first, but you know there was Negroes here and you're not Negro. Well, I'm not the Negro. I was brought here from scientific racism, which was placed in by the Darwin rules of the King George fraternity, whom, again, you're asking me, are the King George fraternity, are the Jews. Back to those articles I just mentioned as the owners of the loans on this Jewish bank. Article A, Christianity. B, Islam. C, Catholicism. D, Hindu. B, Buddhist. F, African American. E, Jew. What was the other ones? I'm just going off the speed of thought. I know we don't got all day, right? But I can pull it all out when I want to go just give you the books and we can start reading for yourself mental health of what happened to us. And they know that they did this by claiming these world wars. So when they got us all into slavery here in America, the trail tears. If your name here is African American, your name should 80% likely be in the dolls rolls of the Indians that claimed your land. Your name is no longer Chuchame Nasinir Shuta. Your name is now Robinson, Williams, right? Well, those are the albino Asiatic Negroes of the Mosaic laws, which broke the tablets. It's in Exodus. I can read it for you. Exodus 32, verse 16. You just need to start at verse 30 or chapter 32. Exodus 32, 15, please. You can. I would read it, but I'm not here to preach to y'all.
Exodus 3:15 with Moses in the burning. Yeah. Okay. When he asked his name.
You want me to read it? Do you want me to read that?
Nah, I'm familiar with that passage.
You're familiar, right? So this is when Moses came down, y'all, from Mount Sinai, and he was holding the 10 Commandments in his hand. And he saw his people, these are supposedly the Israelites. Now listen to me, y'all. The Asiatic Negro is of the 12 tribes because we were all speaking Hebrew together. But these are the Greeks, okay?
Right.
They didn't want to do like us, right? They couldn't be in the sun as much, so they're albino. They're centralizing in Turkey, up in outside of Afghanistan, outside of Iraq, outside of the sun. We're starting to turn where the ice cap is kind of melted off, right? There's more snow. So we would go over there and try to civilize them. With Jacob goes over there to civilize them, and he teaches them these maths of how to tricknology us. But their articles are here in that Exodus, Exodus 32:15, where Moses comes down from Mount Sinai, sees his people worshiping a gold calf that they had made from gold. Okay, this is the Jews. This is the father of the Jews. He told them that he freed them from Egypt, but that is the Asiatic Negro, not the albino Asiatic Negro. That's where the story switches in the Bible to place them in divine swap of your original divine order. They wanted to trade divinity with the original man. So Moses comes down from Mount Sinai, and he's holding these 10 Commandments, y'all. It's written on both sides of the stone. 2 stones written on both sides. All the articles of civilization that the Asiatic man had left for him to practice respectful lives for himself. That if he wanted into civilization, he had to do these things. But he is in he's in the dungeon. Well, we had to walk him back over there from not practicing civilization. Civilization is faith and family, not murder, not rape, not homosexuality, y'all. I'm sorry, I'm not judging, but we're talking of article of man and woman being how you got here as a homosexual. Had to take a man and woman, so why hate on a man and woman doing what got you here? Or even have an article in that. So these are parts of what we were doing naturally as a civilization, my brother. As an Asiatic, Negro, African speaking tribe of Native America. You are that. And you had many languages that you spoke, not just one, but the one language you all spoke together so that we could talk to each other. When I did get to the Philippines and see my boys doing it, they smaller, they shorter, but them boys can move right to their beat. They on a different beat. They're on a 116. Over here, we're on a 1/4. Y'all see that? Hip hop is a boom, boom, jack, boom, boom, jack. So when you came out here, that's what we was playing. We go over to Africa, they playing, but we're here, we're throwing it all together. So you're seeing that, and what you're actually seeing are the most ancient men of the world, still alive to this day, sun dancing an article of tribute to the pain that they've been placed through. Now, this is a totally different class, but this is who you are.
Yeah, that's interesting.
From the Jewish church, what happened is what they did when Moses broke those articles, he meant we won't do as what God do. And he waged war on all. Remember, Levi joins him. Only Levi comes with him. Remember? Levi come with him. And that's who you're wearing. Levi Strauss jeans and co. That's what you got on. Stop playing with yourself. You're wearing the clothes. You put on the garments of Babylon. It said you would do that in Psalms when you laid down with the heathen and became of the heathen. Tribes of Judah, the last ones left, the fighting ones, the ones that are this mad right here to talk to you like this mad, but they'll be talking to you this calm. That's me, the Asiatic, native Negro of the Hebrew tribes. And I'm here in North America, so I'm North American Asiatic, North American Negro, native Hebrew tribe. And then we can name it that too. And it's not a Hebrew Israelite function, y'all. But because what they are also ascribing to is that Africans are our brothers. That is not the truth. That's scientific racism placed in by the Jewish Bank. Please, you got to understand who the Jews are. They're the ones that break the articles of your mankind. You are people that practice faith and family as a law without people policing you. You don't even need a cop to let you just kick back, have a drink, and smoke your bud. You was not about to come out here and shoot up the school and start raping on the kids. No, that's not your articles. So those are the articles of Moses. Those are the articles of Abraham. Those are the articles of the Jews who actually entered us through these contracts of loan into these world wars as a union. So now you got to understand who the Jews are on bankroll by country, because it's following you in a bank and you don't know who they are. It's all I just said. Those religions are the countries underneath the union of the Jewish estates.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting. Somebody in the chat had this. Somebody in the chat had this question for you.
Yes, sir.
Somebody in the chat had this question for you. They wanted to know, did your lineage go back to a plantation?
Yes, my lineage does go back to plantations. Here you will find that most.
So there you go, Moonai. He's the FBA. According to Moonai's definition, you would be FBA.
Yeah, my family, yes, is definitely from here, South Carolina plantation, where we fought till 1842. If you want to know the Dawes Rolls, they renamed us as Seminole. But
so do you have look, somebody asked a great question from the chat. They want to know, did you have a video series of explaining this stuff? Somebody wanted to.
Yes, I do. I can make videos. I can actually get on video and show you with article or share my screen.
Because that would be even better. Right. That would be even better because you said a lot, and the fact that they couldn't envision it, like there's nothing to look at. It kind of like some people kind of like got lost.
Yes. So what I'll do is I'll take my time away from, doing a lot of the arguing and stuff, and, but I'm going to be in here supporting. But I'll go myself and go do my math and do my work and give y'all a video that I could give y'all a PowerPoint presentation on this, because this would be very beneficial to all of y'all. I thank y'all for this.
Because American Dream had a few questions. He got kind of like lost a little bit. He had a few questions for you. And that'd be great. Yeah.
What did he say?
No, that's all he said. He said he had to go. So that's why I thought to ask you. I said, you know what? Let me ask the brother if he made any videos that you could like put the link in the chat, and people like himself can click the link and watch.
I have no videos out No, I have no videos out. Me right now, I am just a pure participator and supporter of all my FBA. Right now, you're getting a lot of donations from me.
I appreciate it.
So whatever you guys need,
and thank you for your service.
Your things going. I'm going to be on that ground force right now until I can get you these articles that I can help you with, because I know this can actually help your channels produce the things that you're saying to me. Right. Right. And I want everybody to see it, and it's going to take me some time, but it's going to be something I do for the FBA before I'm done here. Yes, before I'm done with this life for sure. I think that's what we're sent down here to do. Tell our parents too. My daddy's also jumping on. I just show my dad all this. He's like the one on my main. He wants me for president of the family now.
Yes.
But I'm going to present this to my family at family reunion. So I do have to get a PowerPoint displayed for you all. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, cause I want to share one more. I'm going to go back and share one last thing to the folks, and I'm going to close out until later on.
Man,
but I definitely
brother,
appreciate you hopping on and explaining a lot of information.
Yes,
very
I had
deep.
to. I didn't want to feel attacked.
Man, you better contact.
Like
listen, bro. What you need to do is, because that's some hidden color type of information. You need to call in Tariq and present some of that stuff, so he can. Because he got a new hidden colors coming out.
That's what.
And that's some deep stuff. So he might have.
But
I
want you in on this. I need you to eat from this. I don't want this from my family. I want this to be the FBA. If you could put hands in on this, get your 10%. I don't want to sell this to nobody.
Yeah, I want. That's why I want you to.
That we all have.
Yes.
That we can eat food at, bro.
Yes.
I need y'all all
get that video series,
food,
man.
Bro. Yes,
brother.
Sir.
Get that video series so we can. Because
if
you do that, then I have your permission to replay it.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
But you can't flag me afterwards. You can't let me play it and then flag me afterwards.
No, hell no. Whoa. Ain't nobody go flag. What? Who?
Okay.
I'm not on the flag bus. I'm FBA with
that's what tethers do.
I'm never a tether. Never a tether here. My grandparents.
No, I believe you with that. I'm just saying, don't flag me. Once I share your videos, don't flag me.
No. When I make them and I share them and I'll actually get some videos up, I mean, I only got like 6 subscribers, bro. Stop playing with me. I ain't no dude out here yet.
You know what? You know what? Everybody, bro, every large channel, well, I can't say every, but most large channels today start off, unless they're a celebrity, like regular folks, that grew large channels, all of them start off with 6 subscribers, bro. Because like people don't know the people don't know how hard it is to get 1 subscriber.
Right.
To get 1 subscriber, because you can be online for a year and have 0 subscribers. That's a fact.
Yeah, I'm saying, but I'm definitely gonna get when I've been making music and stuff not lately, but my history has been in the hip hop music collective of the community. So I do have a small following in there, but I've disconnected from all my social medias because I didn't like, again, once I understood what it was, I didn't like participating. I didn't like participating. And this is one thing for mental health that I feel really socially. Now, this is socialism banking for the poor man's bank that I feel safe and secure that you can use this as a gun. But because it's a mature or masculine, if you would, education. And that is what keeps a man secure in his home to protect his family, is knowing the law, knowing his rights, and knowing who he is. And thank you for, man, what's your name again, brother? The FBA Defensive Unit. May I call you that?
My name is, you can call me that. My name is Ron, R-O-N.
Ron.
Yeah.
My name is Robinson. Anytime I'm in here, man, you got a cash app you want to push on here, man? Just throw something out. I'll go throw you something right now, man.
Yeah, it's actually pinned to the top. So folks in the chat definitely been supportive and generous. Like I said, $2-3, it all adds up to cover one of these services, these monthly services. So I'm not greedy. Just if I just can, because I subscribe to some heavy stuff. Like, so I got ChatGPT. I got the paid version. I got YouTube Premium, so nobody watch commercials. I got Photoshop. This is what helps, like with the thumbnails and the visuals you're seeing right now. That's Photoshop. That's like $40 a month. So like this stuff really can be, this stuff can be a card note. You dig?
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I definitely. Man. I got pie that I could cut up once a month. You know what I mean? I like to add you in on the piece. You know what I'm saying?
All right. Yes, sir. I appreciate it. All right. So let me let you go and let me close out. I got one last thing that I want to share with
All
the
right,
family. It's on the line. It's along the lines of the early 1800s. It's back to the ACS time frame, or the early Pan-Africanist time frame. Frederick Douglass, those folks. All right, brother. So we'll touch bases again. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks
All
for
right.
having me. Bye-bye.
You're welcome. Take care. Cause I see Fly Guy didn't call in. So a lot of these guys be trolls. So let me just scroll up and block Fly Guy. All right. So let me find that name, Fly Guy, and block him. Okay, what's up, Ty? I ain't see Ty in there. Now look, I'm gonna go ahead and find Fly Guy and block him, right? Okay, so now, chat. I'm closing out in a second, not right now, but I did put the backup link of, my backup channel YouTube link in the chat. And some of you guys, thank you, subscribe, but a lot of you guys didn't. And it takes literally 10 seconds the most. I'm trying to find that Fly Guy channel so I can ban him. Because you can't call in here you can't go in the chat being controversial and then oh, I can't find his name, so you got lucky. But I remember it, so if I see him again, I gotta block him. 15 minutes, peace. Okay, so now look, I'm gonna drop the link again, and I'm just asking if you appreciate, what we do over here. Just click this backup link right there. Because I checked the subscriptions from what I had before to now, and all of you in here, like I should really have like 40 new subscribers to the backup channel. Because again, subscriptions, your channel is limited in what it could do, right? With no subscriptions, it's limited. So my backup channel, I can't even do certain things, and I'm definitely not gonna be in no live feed, right? So when I do go live, nobody gonna know it but you guys. But the more people subscribe, that's like leverage. YouTube is getting that dog whistle, like, all right, listen, okay, let's start to sprinkle him in different live feeds, get him out there. And of course, the more numbers, the more YouTube has an incentive to promote you, because at the end of the day, whether you don't make a dime, you're making money for YouTube. So that is the link in the chat. I'm gonna share my screen and then we're out of here. So I had asked a question that I already had an answer to, but I asked the question when I had the free version of ChatGPT. You know what I mean? So when you pay for it, ChatGPT get way more exalted in the explanation and the information. So I was curious to know how much more information would the paid version give me. So here we go.
This is a rich and nuanced question that touches on Black identity, citizenship, naming politics, and the religious cultural landscape of 19th century Black America. Let's explore this in parts. 1. Did Black Americans in the early and late 1800s self-identify as African? Some did, but most did not regularly identify as African in a personal or cultural sense. Why not? 1. Generational distance from Africa. By the early 1800s, most Black people in the U.S. were third, fourth, or even fifth generation Americans. They had never been to Africa, had little knowledge of African culture, and saw themselves as distinctly Black Americans, not Africans. 2. Stigma of Africa in white society. White Americans often associated Africa with savagery and inferiority. Calling someone African was often meant as an insult or a justification for slavery. Many free Blacks rejected this imposed identity and tried to assert their dignity as Americans. 3. Desire for citizenship and belonging. Identifying as American was a political statement. We were born here, we built this country, and we demand full citizenship. Some feared that emphasizing African identity would strengthen arguments for colonization and removal, as pushed by the American Colonization Society. 2.
ACS.
What names did Black Americans prefer instead of African? Black Americans used a variety of names to describe themselves. The preferred term often depended on time, place, and political strategy. Commonly used terms, 1800s. Name, meaning, reason for use. Colored, most common 19th century term, seen as polite, neutral, and widely used in churches, schools, and organizations. Free people of color, used in legal and census documents, emphasized freedom and distinction from slavery. Negro, became popular in mid to late 1800s, especially post-Civil War, used in formal writing and by Black intellectuals. African, used by some in Pan-Africanist and religious circles, but often rejected by others as foreign or colonizer imposed. Afro-American appeared later, late 1800s, early 1900s, mostly in intellectual and activist circles. Most popular by usage in the 1800s, ranked 1. Colored, most widely used publicly and officially. 2. Negro, gained prominence after Civil War. 3. Free people of color, used pre-1865 in legal contexts. 4. African, mostly in church or political militant contexts. 5. Afro-American, rare until 20th century. 3. Did Richard Allen or AM Church leaders regret the name African? Richard Allen, founder of the AME Church in 1816, did not regret the name, but later generations had complex feelings about it. Allen chose African Methodist Episcopal to assert Black self-determination in the face of white religious discrimination, honor African heritage in a positive, empowering light, build Pan-African spiritual and political solidarity. But some later leaders in the AME Church, especially in the mid to late 1800s, were uncomfortable with the term African because it could be used by white society to marginalize the denomination. It sounded foreign in a time when Black Americans were trying to assert that they were Americans first. They feared the name might reinforce colonization narratives, especially as the ACS was active during this time. Still, the name was never changed, and in fact became a symbol of dignity and resistance over time, especially as the AME Church expanded into Liberia, South Africa, and the Caribbean.
Or outside of America.
4. Who had citizenship in the U.S.? During the 1800s? In the early 1800s, only free white males were considered full U.S. citizens with voting rights. Free Black people were not U.S. citizens. The 1857 Dred Scott decision ruled that Black people, free or enslaved, could never be citizens. Some northern states allowed free Blacks to vote or own property, but there was no federal citizenship for them. That changed with the 14th Amendment in 1868. All persons born in the U.S. were declared citizens, including formerly enslaved people. Exceptions before 1868. Native Americans were not U.S. citizens unless they renounced tribal affiliation until 1924 Indian Citizenship Act. Women could be citizens but had limited rights, e.g., no voting. Some naturalized immigrants, white Europeans, could become citizens, but Black immigrants could not be naturalized until after the Civil War. Final summary. Question, answer. Did Black Americans call themselves African? Some did, e.g. in churches and Pan-African circles, but most avoided it due to generational distance, social stigma, and the desire to be recognized as American. What names were more common? Colored and Negro were most popular. African was more niche and symbolic. Did AME Church founders regret the name? Richard Allen did not, but some later leaders had concerns due to social backlash. Who had citizenship in the 1800s? Primarily white men. Free Blacks were not citizens until after 1868, 14th Amendment. Any exceptions? Native Americans, women, and non-white immigrants were excluded or limited. White immigrants could naturalize. Would you like a visual timeline showing the evolution of Black identity terms and citizenship status across?
Okay, so there you go, man. So when they say, are you African? We're not wrong saying we're not. We're literally following the footsteps of our ancestors. Our ancestors rejected the term, and some of us today too. Yeah, I ain't no, and if you reject the term African, well, guess what? You ain't on trial. I ain't gonna judge you. But you notice what stood out during that research? FBAs, we feared the ACS. You heard the ACS, the ACS, the ACS. The ACS was like literally the Klan before the Klan, just without all the violence, right? But they did not want us in this country, and they were finding any excuse to get us out. And that African word was going to be the right excuse to get us out. Okay. You see, free Black people did not have citizenship. So that was also an excuse to get us out. Hey, you're not citizens. Okay. So that's why we were like, listen, that's a trick bag. Ain't going to happen. And we're not going to let Umar or any Baba James Smalls today trick us back into saying we're African today. Okay. So we could be in those ICE vans with the others. Okay. No, sir. Toodaloo to you guys. We're American and we're more than American. We're foundational Black Americans, right? We're American, descendant of slaves, and the chart showed you that they were proud of calling themselves free people, right? Free people. It read it was a political term, right? So Tariq wasn't wrong when he said that. Okay, so what is the difference between a free Black person and a freedman? Let me just quickly explain. A free Black person was somebody who was literally bought out of slavery, okay, or manumitted from slavery, okay? That's a free Black person. Or the third thing is they were born a free Black person because their parents probably purchased themselves out of slavery or were purchased out of slavery, right? So the children received, classified as free as well. A freedman was former enslaved people who were freed by Abe Lincoln and the 13th Amendment, right? So free Black people were bought, manumitted, or born free. Freedmen were freed by the Constitution. That's the difference. I made it very simple, okay? That's the difference between free Black persons or free Black people and freedmen. So I don't let tethers try to twist that up and confuse you guys. That's why I cook them when they try. All right. So with that right there, I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope that, made you feel good about what you are today, your uniqueness. All right. You are who you are. And guess what? You are just that. Nobody can anchor to it. All right. It's lineage based. So Robinson just, he gave a nice, long, detailed story or a recap of history as he see it. But in the long run or the short run, Moon Eyes, he's FBA, right? Regardless, if you agree or disagree, he's FBA, right? So the lineage, whatever you believe or whatever history that you come across, it does not change your lineage. Your lineage is your lineage. So Tethers would say this. Tethers would say, hey, man, how can FBA be the lineage? Okay. So don't fall for that trick bag. What they're trying to convince you guys is that we all had the same line that goes to the slave plantations. Please correct them. No, we don't all have the same line. We're not all from the same grandfather. We have all of our lines have something in common. All of our lines go back to a slave plantation. Okay. The early or the mid to late 1800s. Okay. So that's what we have in common. That's what makes you FBA. And that's why we say it's lineage based. It's lineage based because many lineages that tie to that time period, right? To those plantations, those folks and only those folks are FBA, ADOS free people, and nobody else. That's what we mean by lineage based, not that we all share the same grandfather. you stupid tethers. Okay. So with that being said, Dubs, there is zero linguistic. I don't know. So Dubs most likely is Ditso or his Ditso younger brother or his dad, but whatever, brother, man. Oh, again, I'm getting off. Okay, here. So now you got no excuse now. I'm logging off right now. I'm logging off. The link is in the chat. So you have all the time in the world right now. Click the link and subscribe to the backup channel. If you think you're subscribed and you're not sure, just click the link. It don't hurt. Just click the link. If you see you're not subscribed, subscribe. Click the link, everybody, and well, go ahead and click that link. Subscribe. There is no excuse now. The live stream is over. I appreciate you guys. You guys been pulling up. There's 3 days in a row. You guys pulled up heavy.